Hello, everybody.
And welcome to the Albert Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. We are back with Tales of Andrea, with the usual crew are presented here.
Don't pollute.
Elandriel, Aberrat, Jartus, Prologue, and Fine Storm. But before we get into the wonderful tales here themselves, a couple of announcements to come up. For this lovely coming week, we have our usual other TTRPGs going on. That is Into the Nightmare on Tuesdays at 6:30. Fun stuff is happening there. Definitely tune in. We're getting into some real shenanigans in that bit. And on Saturday is Nightbane at 4. We're becoming gods in that one, so that's a hoot. That's fun.
They think they're becoming gods.
We think we are. We're not, actually. We're still super squishy and can be stepped on by gods. We just have that power level. Ish. Kinda.
Yeah,
Not really.
The gods just watched the fight that they couldn't do anything about.
Throughout the week, though, other stuff we do have some gameplay going on with Playing with Mutts. In a game transition, we are going to Hero Siege. It's a top-down kind of looter shooter. Good fun. Good stuff. Good stuff. On that area. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Nice.
Join us for that as Vaughn and myself head into the brand new game for Playing with Mutts. That's on Wednesday at 6. And Friday, Hate, Laugh, Love, 6 o'clock. Elandriel, what you got for us? Do you know this week?
No, not at all. Join us on all social media, Alberin, and on Discord for updates on my show. We play Fast and Loose. We talk about movies, though, so.
Airtime.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We could talk about this awesome TV show called Halo.
We could talk about the absolute disaster that is that Halo.
I knew that would set them off.
No, I'm not even mad at it. It's so bad that I can't even be mad at it. Anyway.
That level. On other stuff going on, Memorial Day is coming up, and we do actually have a wonderful full day of entertainment planned for that. One of those is the next rendition of Rain in the Garden. Prologue. Do you care to say something about that?
Yeah. Rain in the Garden. We read some really chill poems and then have some nice rain, thunder sounds behind them. And sometimes we have music behind it as well. And it's
Free
really,
mimosas.
as long as somebody else is paying for them. But yeah, it's a really enjoyable time to either focus in on the poetry that's happening, or if you want to do it as a background thing and do something else. Yeah, real great.
That is going to be happening on the same day as our Callus and Smash's day off. Now, as Von's going to be the DM of that, is there anything you want to tease people with for what that's going to be like?
It's going to be a party.
Great. Callus and Smash are going to have a party,
That's a
and
party.
no one's going to die from it. It's going to be wonderful. Just a hoot. But both those coming out on Memorial Day, and we'll have some other things going on during that day as well. It's going to be a full day of delightful entertainment. That is not actually even it. It's Thursday. We have the one-shot, The Dwarven Caverns of Gamul, going on, DM'd by Michael Howe with our lovely guests, who I will now tell everyone about as soon as I get the page of who we have joining us up. Where is
So many
that?
announcements.
So
Johnny
many.
Depp.
Oh, that would be nice.
Bernice Witherspoon.
Joining us for that as players is myself. I will be playing someone, a lovely little frog. I'll give you that much. And we've got D&D Comic coming in. They run D&D Comic stuff on Twitch. They're a hoot as well. They're TTRPG players and artists, along with Drow Now Arts, also an artist, and also does some TTRPG stuff with a third gallon in theirs. And a newcomer to the inn, April Anonymous. Those links and everything is going to be released on our socials. They're going to be posted along with all our other announcements going on throughout the week. But definitely come in and join us at 7 o'clock on Thursday for this wonderful one-shot put together by Michael Howe Arts. It's going to be a hoot. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to cause so much chaos. And it's going to be... just come and have some fun with us. That's all my announcements. Have we got Benjigoba tomorrow?
We should. I know we're kind of knee-deep in the Knuckles campaign on Sonic Adventures, so I think we're just going to keep that ball rolling until we get to Supersonic. Big's coming.
Ooh.
An eventuality that we all have to live through. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, Benjigoba going on. I don't think we have anything else. Let's roll that intro and get to the scariness of talking to a new king.
Do it.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Last time on Tales of Andrea, the group did a little play, little clever stuff, making it known to many, many people that they were on a ship traveling towards Sherwallow during the time of the death of the king, which they had a huge part to play in. On that, they spent a few days, actually quite a few, almost 2 weeks, traveling, getting to Sherwallow, throwing a party, trying to unite some people and spread some good cheer and good times in the city itself. Organized it really well, actually covered with the bars, the guards, and the city governances themselves, and everyone was in on it. After of which they traveled to Lestrobga, where they were summoned to meet with the king, the newly appointed king, after killing the previous king. So this should go well, right?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Always does.
We
Especially
finished.
when he said he needs to use us.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course.
We finished with the king saying there are a few things we need to go over. But we started inside the glorious courts of this castle. Large table before you, situated around the king himself, being a bigger than, actually probably around the same size as Prologue inside his armor right now. Bold, multiple scars, big heavy shield on his back, and a sword. His armor is very ornate and very well designed. To his right is Folia, who you all know. I think it would be Finestorm and Jartis. What's everyone's passive insight?
Ooh, it's no longer 10. It's 14.
23.
Ooh,
18.
18, 23, 18, Jartis, Finestorm.
That's an
15.
insight.
Oh, insight?
Oh, you said insight?
Insight, yes,
Oh.
insight.
All
Not
right.
It is
perception.
10.
10 and,
It's-
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go around here. Yolandra, what's your passive insight?
18.
18, Abrat,
14.
14, Jartis.
I'm getting in there.
Kidding in there.
Insight is 19.
19,
Yeah.
19, 14,
Insight?
18, Prologue.
10.
10 more. Finestorm,
15.
15. Then Jartis and Yolandra.
Yo.
You are the two that would notice that Folia is a little nervous.
We're being set up.
Okay.
Okay. Does he? So he's ended with saying that. Did he want to continue saying, or did he pause for?
There's a
Okay.
brief pause if you want to fit something in there.
Prologue will not fit anything there, and we'll wait.
Okay. Well, after a brief pause, he looks at you directly, Prologue. Most of this is going to pertain to only you, as you are the one in question in this.
Questions are good to have.
Then my first question I will start with. He produces a piece of paper from underneath the stack and hands it over to you. Why are you wanted by the King of Quayla? The paper in front of you, now that he's handed to you, is an official decree from the King of Quayla for the immediate arrest and turning over of one Prologue, Zarai, Anubisai, and that's it.
That's it. Interesting. Prologue looks over to Yolandriel with a questioning face and says, It is hard to know another being's mind for certain, but I did used to work for the King of Quela until I found new employment. When I did so, I did my best to make the King of Quela aware and give back the payment that I had received from him.
Okay.
It is possible an irrational mind would think that that was an insult of some kind. Otherwise, I have no idea.
All right, this is not a deception check because you're being completely honest and forthright. However, it is going to be a persuasion check.
Oh, I mean, that's just as bad.
It is just as bad, but if there's anything anyone wants to try to input to give Prologue advantage, Jartis, this would be a time, if anything, to cast
Let me
guidance.
see. I think I have something better. I thought I had that. This thing. Yeah, guidance, I guess it is.
Oh,
So it'll be a D4, at least, getting added.
okay. Okay. That is a 13.
13. Okay. He stares at you for a moment. There's a very eerie and uncomfortable quiet before...
Prologue does not notice it.
That being the case, I have only two options for you. Both of which have their pros and cons.
That is often the case, yes.
As it stands, Alpha A has an open position. They've lost their brute recently for a mission which has been classified as classified. It will not be released to the public to what they did. He takes a brief look at Folia. Apt for us to offer you, Prologue, that position. If you accept, you will be protected under our governances, and this warrant will never be able to be enacted. You will be an employee of the Bon military. If not, and you reject this offer, you will be a fugitive of Quela, and it will be our responsibility to hunt you down and turn you over to the King of Quela.
Like I said, Killer King.
Question. The first part, I understood. The second part, why would it be your responsibility to hunt me down?
A new nation has made itself apparent to us, of a continent that is united. If we were not to, our reputation with them would be damaged, and with everything going on here, turning you over would be the best way.
So it is fear.
It is not fear, it is strategy. If we can unite with another country, we will. And if we have an easy way of doing that, we will. However, I would very much like to keep your skills on the field. Hence why we offer you the position towards Alpha A. As for what your orders would be, that is entirely up to Folia.
Interesting. What, the pros and cons, as you say. If I were to accept, what would my position be
You would be acknowledged as an official member of Alpha A, the most elite squad inside the Laban military forces.
You're
You'd be
breaking up
allowed-
on our end.
Bugger.
Just through Discord.
You will be allowed access to anywhere inside Laban under your credentials. And you would be protected from the laws of Quela.
Based upon my understanding, I am already part of the most elite squad in the continent.
I'm gonna look over at Finestorm with this look.
The other points are interesting. But to the cons, if I were to decline this offer, what would be the outcome in the very immediate future?
I would be forced to issue orders to my finest squad to hunt you down and to bring you in.
Prologue looks to Falia and says, this is an unfortunate outcome.
I would prefer working with you over hunting you. She looks at your laundroom, and I know many of my squad would prefer working with you than hunting you.
I go and point at Prologue like I am not in control of this. Octagon.
You must do what you must, as all beings must. But I am Prologue.
Yeah.
This does not follow my best interpretation of the creed, and therefore I cannot accept.
Shit.
Very well.
Yeah, it's not going to be that bad, Yolandrio.
I will give you...
Before you say anything additional that would
Shorten your rule.
necessitate
I hold up my hands
action.
to everyone, and I'm like,
Prologue turns to Falia once more and says, I believe you owe me a head.
She stands and just looks at you. And after a couple of seconds, King Tagoran speaks up. The head is our proof that a Huglopit was in our governance for a while. If you were not to accept the position in Alpha A, that head will remain with us.
There were promises made.
Promises that I will do my best to get it back to you. I have done my best, and you are rejecting that.
Slavery is not much of a choice.
It is unfortunate you see it that way. I will give you to the morning to come up with your final answer. Folia, for the rest of this, I will leave this up to you. And he begins to step around.
Prologue gives him a little wink and says, "Very well."
And he starts walking towards the door, stepping heavily. For Jartus and Yolandriel looking very flustered, he's pretty frustrated. But as soon as he leaves and the door shuts, the guards on the inside of the doors also leave with him, and the door shuts, and you are left alone with Folia. Folia immediately looks to you, Prologue. Please accept it. Look, seriously, the only orders I'm going to give you is the fact that you just do what you do. This is formality. He's sticking his neck out, risking his reputation with the Quaylin governments by offering you safety from their warrant. If you don't accept this, I will be forced to hunt you down. I will be forced to bring you into the Quaylin government, and that is out of my control after that. But if you accept it, you are protected from the Quaylin government. The worst that's going to happen is you're going to get banished from Quayla. But you have your life, you have your freedom. I'm not going to command you to do anything other than do what you've been doing, because the threat we have in hand, we need you, Prologue, on the field. And having you arrested, it's worth the risk.
So, you mean the offer was a formal title only,
Yes.
and not one with actual actions connected to it?
Folia, this happens constantly. You gotta just tell Prologue honestly what's going on. The more you try and dance around the subject, the more likely it is he's going to do the opposite of what you need him to do.
I just won the dance off.
We can't. Okay, new king, whole issue of... The only reason I can say this to you now is because of the fact that he's gone. He can deny any conversation we had at this point. From what he stands now, you were denying and rejecting his offer. Him giving you till the morning to actually formally decide is a kindness. If you decide on option B here, you need to leave tonight before he issues us to hunt you down. If you decide on option A, stay until the morning, join the party, and leave with us to Nutra.
I thought you said it was only a formality and no actions.
It's only a formality, but an action needs to be done to show that that formality is true. After
and that action would be leaving towards Nutra?
Leaving towards Nutra with us. As soon as a day's gone and we're out of the city, you can do whatever you like. You can go where you like. But you need to be seen with us in Nutra. You need to be seen as part of Alpha A. That is the most prominent location where all the leaders are going to be there. We can sell it the most there.
Interesting.
Prologue to Thalia from Jartus. Would you happen to know what type of being our new king is?
He's a human. I grew up with him.
Prologue, Yolandriel, can we talk for a second? I have something unrelated from a few days ago.
Here we go.
That
if
would,
it's unrelated, perhaps it should wait until
No.
later.
Important.
You know what? Actually, keep that in mind, Jartus. Prologue, do you have any questions for me? I would be happy to give you about 10-15 minutes of private conversation with your group. But for that, I need to leave the room, because I can read lips, so I don't want to tempt myself.
Yeah. Very well. I will knock on the door.
Perfect. I'll be just outside and definitely not listening.
Very good.
She quickly hurries to the door, gives a very nervous look back at the entire group, Closes the door behind her. You are left yourselves in this room.
Okay.
Go for it.
I speak plainly so as to communicate the depths of my intention, not to say
lean
this
over.
is where I want to go, but this is where we could go.
I lean over to Aberrat and I say, $10 says it's something about casting a spell on the king.
So we have 30 days with the spell Gate.
I extend my
Everett actually
minimum-
gives him
the
10
minimum
gold.
amount of damage our king can take if he disobeys a direct order is 5. That's conveniently how much HP a human has. So
I
either
doubt
he
very
follows
highly.
through,
I doubt
follows
very
through.
highly he's got
Either
5
he
HP.
follows
That's a
through.
paper man.
How much HP do human beings have in D&D 5e?
I mean, you are talking correctly. I mean, 5 HP is a paper man. It is your standard commoner. However, what you're talking about is a king.
How much does
So-
a king have?
A lot more than 5 HP.
A lot more.
A lot more than 5 HP. I mean, you could
How much is a
multiply
lot more?
5 by... You could multiply it by 50 and maybe get close.
You told me this king was a human being.
He is a human
but he's
being,
not.
but he's a king. He's a high-level NPC.
Not every
How much
human's
health-
the same.
How much health do you have, Jartis, right now? At level,
I
at level
have
10.
100.
You have 100 at level 10.
Just
You're
about.
talking about a king who's probably, if you were a PC level, around 17. With a fighter class, you're talking about over 200 HP.
Well, that doesn't work.
He's definitely not a commoner. Commoners have 5 HP. These are the guards that Yolondriel melted and got himself arrested for. That's a 5 HP human.
Go back to our YouTube and watch the jailbreak episode. It's one of my favorites.
It's like episode 14 or something like that.
I do have a question though, Prologue.
Yes, Finestorm.
How far is Quayla?
It's a good thought, though, Jartis.
It is from the other side of this continent. What was it? 40
This
days
continent?
of
You mean
sailing?
Yeah, something like that.
Why would
Why do
such
you
a
ask?
country so far away have so much sway?
That is why I asked the king, but he said strategy.
Probably because they've aligned themselves with oh, what the fuck is that? Is that Recloria?
Hmm. If it is true, and it is just a title, titles are nothing. I can accept the title if it eases the way. He also said that I would be able to move freely through the country, making it easy for us to find the trees, which was the purpose of this in the first place.
He said you. That did never apply to us.
My understanding is that I lead the consequences, and therefore my authority and passage.
And we're his merry band of men.
Yes.
Oh, merry band. Sorry.
Does anyone have a counter additional to this thought process?
No, I think this is our best option. And it's going to really piss off the king, but
He's
we'll at
apparently
least be able to
already
walk
angry.
around. Well, I think this will piss him off even more. And if he's aligned with Recloria, I don't know. I don't know what that is going to mean for the future.
Abrat, you have been silent. Thoughts?
Is Nero not from Quela?
He is.
Hmm.
And from what it is known, Nero is the official ambassador for Quela at Nutra.
Then you making this move simply as a title, from what I understand of Nero, would be perceived as intelligent and tactful. I don't foresee Quela as a whole having a problem. Their king, yes, maybe, but Quela as a whole, if you're out of their reach, you're out of their reach.
You
Very
must have
good.
really pissed him off when you sent him that message, Prologue, because he's only going after you.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Why is he not going after you, I wonder?
I'm the golden boy,
You are a well-liked, popular individual, perhaps.
perhaps.
I do not know why. I was very clear and upfront. Very well. That is decided. Yes, Finestorm?
Oh. Just thinking, the warrant does include a couple others that if you join the Alpha team, we may be asked to hunt.
But, as stated, it is just a title. It does not require action.
And just to state, what was the last word Folly gave you that she has already broken?
I am a head short. But that is a good point.
I say, if she breaks it, and I point at the gauntlets.
Yes. This move seemingly costs nothing.
See what it costs.
Plus, Finestorm, if more promises are broken, one king is dead, more kings can follow.
We may need to take them all out.
But for now, this move costs nothing and gains ease of passage on the mission and missions. So for now,
Just you,
yes.
by name. I do not want my name associated with this.
Of course. If that is the plan, and the consequences, leave Nutra with the Alpha A team. The question is then...
Prologue.
Yes.
Do you mean leave for Nutra with the Alpha A team?
Yes, what did I say?
It sounded like you said leave Nutra with the Alpha A team, but we wouldn't want to do that.
No. Leave for Nutra. And then my presence would be unfortunate. Do you think it might be best to travel with that team all the way to Nutra? I know the previous plan was to use the gauntlets to get their head to do some additional work before the meetings. That seems...
Well, if we think about it, if there's a warrant out for your arrest, Prologue, and we were to get there early, as we had planned, there wouldn't necessarily be that umbrella to protect us from, or you from that arrest. We probably should arrive there with Alpha.
Real quick though, actually, Finestorm, not Finestorm, your laundry on Prologue. With that in note, that thought, your laundry on Prologue, give me intelligence checks.
That's gonna be a big oof.
It's
Both
low
of
DC,
us.
so
It's a Prologue, though.
we'll find out.
17.
17. Okay, hey, Prologue, look at that. You remember this detail.
Was it a save or a check?
It's a check. It's a check, not a save.
Oh. Well, that doesn't change anything.
I don't think it does.
I'm gonna give everyone just historically a guess.
Zero?
On
0?
9.
that's
You got a 0.
0.
Hey! We're back to the Yolandril rolling zeros. I am so
Zeros,
down
yes.
for this. Prologue, you specifically remember this when, with Abrat mentioning the protection of the governments, like with the whole news thing. Valid point. But you also remember that Nutra, having been there, is completely separate from all governments. It does not do anything for any arrest warrants issued by any governments. If someone needs to run for a false claim, they go to Nutra. Nutra is the house of rejects. You would be fine going there. And you know Captain Dars.
Yes. Nutra is neutral. What would be the benefits of arriving early? I guess. To search out the tree. That would be it, really. And it is likely that that can be done upon arrival. Very well. We will walk.
We won't walk.
You think that,
We can't
Fly.
get there in time walking, and neither can they. So they
That is
have to fly.
an excellent point, Finestorm. Good. I have grown tired of walking. Any other thoughts before I knock?
Ask for the head now that you're accepting.
Yes.
An excellent point,
Yes.
Aberrat. Prologue will knock on the door thrice.
Right. You knock on the door 3 times. There's a brief pause, and Folia enters the room, closes the door, and stands by it for a second. That enough time to come to a final conclusion? Because Tagoran's still out there. And I could call him in if you need.
I will join team under the terms discussed.
Perfect. Let me just get Tagoran back in here. She pokes her head out. And after a brief moment, the heavy metal clanks of Tagoran coming back in. He resumes his position at the head. Looks at you, Prologue, and I understand you have a final decision for me.
Yes. After discussing with Folia, under the terms described by her, I will the Alpha
Uh-oh.
team. Team
Uh-oh.
A.
Wrong button.
Ben's gone.
Oopsies.
Oopsies. You will join the Alpha team. Okay.
Either
It'll be
that or...
okay.
Oh.
There it is.
Given the course of my actions, as a follow-up question, as I continue to lead the consequences, would I assume correctly that my ability to travel freely in Laban would extend over them, over the consequences as they travel with me?
As a member of the Alpha team, you will be given specific instructions. Whoever you hire and bring with you for the completion of that job is up to you. If they are under your rule, they will also be extended the same courtesies that you are.
Excellent.
Courtesies.
Courtesies.
What the fuck is that word? Can someone look that up and tell me what
Courtesies.
courtesies means? Because
That's
I
Maybe
don't.
it was a
a
usage at one
goddamn
point.
thing. I can guarantee it.
That's a good question and good clarification. Thank you, Prologue.
Very good. Now that I have accepted, may I have the head, please?
Folia, there's a brief grin on Folia's face. She looks over at the king. And to Goran, I understand you like these in specific fashions. And he reaches under the table and brings out a gold-encrusted head.
Aha! A good man after all.
Formalities.
Oh, that's all you had to show him. I mean, if I'm being honest, sorry to interrupt, King, but that's really all you had to do was say, "Hey, here's this. Do you want to join?"
It's a series of formalities. Being new in the kingship with the council, I have to go through a series of conversations. However, now that you are part of Alpha A, we can be more formal with each other. And he's gone again.
Either something is going on with his camera, or
Dude.
his internet.
Every time I try to just move Discord, it's like, oh, you meant close
You
Discord.
close
right?
Discord.
I'm like, no.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
By the way, courtesies is a word. It's the plural form of courtesy.
Really? Courtesies?
Mhm.
It's not just courtesies?
Oh, wait.
Or is that just a fancy pronunciation?
I think it auto-corrected my spelling.
I think it auto-corrected.
Because I did spell it courtesies, and then...
I have a weird way of saying words, everyone.
Yeah.
So let's just go with that.
That's a clip. Cut that
That's a
clip,
clip.
right as he
Cut.
goes. Wait.
Wait, what?
Prologue will gently take the head encrusted in gold
It's still
Put
very
that
large. It's
in his bag of holding.
takes a little shoving and squeezing because your bag, the opening of your bag of holding is just large enough for this head. Like you can shove it in. It's that size of a
That'll
head.
do, pig. That'll do.
Naturally,
Perfect.
we'll need you to leave with us for Nutra, but we don't need you for the entire 7-day journey. Once we get to Nutra, you will need to make an appearance and a statement. Hiring you is going to cost me reputation with Quayla. Keeping you
Why don't we
safe
just
from there.
fly?
That's what we're doing. We're flying.
Oh.
We only have 10 days until the Peace Summit. Walking will take us 18 days. We have to fly. But we just need you to leave on birds with us. I understand you have ways of getting around easier than most of us do. Do what you need and do what you like. You're under Folia's orders.
To
We
the
will-
birds, then.
In the morning. Let me finish and get around to what I need to say. You will need to be present for the Peace Summit for a single day. Prologue, you in particular, to make your statement.
What
If you make a
statement?
statement. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But if you do, it could give me leverage to save grace with the Quaylan governments. Which I would like to do. Because if I understand correctly, under these circumstances, Quayla is a conglomeration of no less than 6 other nations. We need them on our side. And now that we are aligned, I can tell you on a personal side as to why he's so upset with you, Prologue. An official decree and contract by a royal contract cannot just be eliminated. It has to undergo a series of formalities before being terminated. You just sent him a message and said it's terminated. As such, he has to issue a warrant for your arrest. With proper negotiation and proper processing, we can get this warrant withdrawn. It's going to take time, though. Agreeing to be part of Alpha A buys us the time we need.
Prologue did the equivalent of calling into work and quitting an hour before his shift.
Essentially, yeah, and it pissed the king off, and it broke quite a few laws doing that.
Oof.
That's a big oof.
By quite a few laws, I mean quite a few laws. Like, as soon as you sent that message, he was giving his advisors documentation to issue a warrant for your arrest to be issued to the local governance of Andrea as soon as they arrived.
And he wonders why I chose a different employer.
As far as
Very
your
well.
employer goes, I don't need to know. Give me the grace of plausible deniability, please.
Of course.
For myself,
It's better for everyone that way, anyway.
I agree. Though your name was not on the list,
Yeah,
Why
why
is
was
that?
that?
I questioned it myself.
Prologue. It's the Eshnar thing. I would bet some money on.
I have to agree. Among our own society itself, you, being a mark of Eshnar, having the tattoos of him on your face, would also mark you exempt from these laws. If Quayla is the same as ours, then that would be why.
Oh, that's the only good thing that dude's ever given me.
Interesting.
There are a few. The bond is rife with temples of Eshnar. With you around Eulandriel under your employ, Prologue, if you have Eulandriel with you, you have access to those temples.
An interesting tidbit, Eulandriel. Access.
Yeah.
Very good. Anything additional that needs to be said?
Yes. A few. If you all have anything you would like to say during this time. There are many things we can discuss and we can go over. Your group is ideal for this Prologue. You have a member of someone who's undergoing the trials of the Shallows estate to become an admiral. You have a member of the Andrean continent itself, Jartis, the satyr here. You have a being who is of his own, part of the common threat that ails us all. And you have one of Eshnar, and you, yourself being one of Quayla. The consequences are a group of everyone. If all goes well, you will be the forefront of the effort against this common ailment.
Forefront. My favorite place.
There is bias in all of you, but there is no bias in the whole of you, because you represent us all. It's going to be a difficult argument, but it's the one I'm going with. My best chance to unite all of our nations. I don't want to lose another city, Prologue. Thousands of our citizens died in Lithrom. Whatever did that, we need to stop them.
Yes.
For now, we have festivities tonight. Celebration of the anointment of myself. I am to give a speech. It would do well if you were with me, Prologue.
Okay.
Your choice. This is not an order.
Will there be delicious foods there?
All the best kinds.
I will be
Pies,
there.
Meads. She looks
Are
at
the
Fine.
consequences invited to this delicious feast as well?
She looks at Fine Storm and absolutely are invited to this feast. In fact, actually, one of you might actually be interested in meeting one of the people. Ship designer. Responsible for a new line of ships that we have coming out.
Very.
Bjorn. I think you heard his name before.
Yes. But if you don't mind, the opportunity does present itself, an audience with a king and a representative of the Shallows. May I ask your views or desired outcomes of with your country and the Shallows estates?
As you do not fully represent the Shallows, I do recognize your authority in the Shallows, having been issued the command of Admiral. What happened in the Shallows is tragic. With Admiral Lars coming in, there is complications with our relationship with him. Admiral Lars is a banishee of the Laban nation. His insubordination caused him to be banished, along with the Admiral Honorable, this is what they call him, the Honorable Alduin. Used to be a formal general of ours, also banished. It may be difficult for the people, but I am willing to work with them. They have a network far greater than ours in certain situations, and for what we are facing, we have to work with them. As long as Lars is willing to work with us, our door is open. That you can tell him. He will not find hostilities with me, unless he gives me a reason to give them to him.
You know what, King Degorin? It pleases me to be in interaction with such a level-headed individual, such as yourself.
You say that now. But if you ever cross me, I have no hesitations.
Well, that is what I mean, of course. I hope the same.
Now's the time to tap the bag, Prologue. Ding, ding, ding.
You just shake the two heads together in there.
Ding, ding, ding.
Clink, 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 clink.
Two brass balls hitting against each other.
One is bigger than the other, like in
Yeah.
Way bigger.
reality. Oh, too big. He should get that checked. Yeah.
Possibly tumorous.
To the feast, then, yes.
I agree. To the feast. There are many festivities for us to take part of, and now is the time to relax. Prologue. If you'll join me. It's coming towards the end of the day. We can make our address now.
Very good. Prologue follows the king out.
And he quite literally just turns around and looks at two open doors, or two double doors. Soon as we leave this and step out on that balcony, your decision will be final. This is your last chance. Good. Then let us address the Quaylin people. The Laban people. Getting my nations mixed up. Good grief. And he exits with you. The rest of you As soon as those double doors are opened, you hear very loud cheering, celebration, people calling out, praising the name of the new king. He goes out and delivers a very heartfelt address. You would all very much gain from the address that the way he speaks of the previous king is all very positive. And the way he reports the death of the previous king is of natural causes. He did
Head
not
separated from body will do that.
He did not die of being assassinated or being killed. He died in his sleep, peacefully.
I'll pull out his head by accident later when you get drunk.
As the speech itself goes on, it is also reported that Alpha A underwent a mission that cost them the life of one of their members. For Yolandriel and Jartis, your passive insight's high enough to the point where you would realize that it's not too much of a shock to people. You're getting the idea that Alpha A is the most dangerous group to be part of. Casualties in that group is expected. Not entirely uncommon. With it comes the announcement that Prologue will be taking place of Wyron in the group of Alpha A. You're not asked to say anything to the crowds, just to step forward during that part of the address.
Prologue will step forward and say very loudly,
Oh dear. Here we go.
I am Prologue, son of Beatrice Log of Quela. Thank you for your hospitality.
The king takes that and moves it towards a push and a speech of acceptance towards other races. That they should move on from their past ways of being only a human cumulative nation and towards accepting all other races. During which the crowd cheer is not as loud as it was previously. Yeah, you all would easily tell that it's going to take some time for the Lebon nation as a whole to move on from their previous ways. But there are some people out there who are welcome to it. And your pushes in the Showwallow definitely are going to have an effect on that. Because you all did really well there, and none of you are human. Does come to an end, of which afterwards festivities are held. The meeting is quickly adjourned. You're told to report on sunrise towards the nests at the top of the mountainous city of Lestrobga. Again, when it comes to thinking about Lestrobga, the best thing I can do to give you an idea of what it looks like is Minas Tirith in Lord of the Rings. It is a mountain itself that has been carved away. The mountain parts of it forming the buildings to where it looks like it was carved to where the buildings are still one piece of the mountain. It's like making a giant ornate piece for your mantle, but in real life size. There are multiple tiers, multiple levels, and the entire city is partying right now.
Nice.
You all have until the morning, basically. Anything you'd like to do to partake in these festivities, or like, what's your plans? What's your thoughts?
Sneak off. This guy is on the... No, I'm just kidding.
My freaking
First off, is there anything platinum in the room?
In the room itself, no, all gold and silver. Nothing platinum.
Cheapskates.
So I want to get some mail.
Get some mayo.
I
Where are we
gotta
going up
find
for the night anyway?
Warren.
Prologue would like to do a lookout for some fun-loving individuals.
Okay. Okay.
2 to 3 look like they're there to have a good time, not necessarily care that he's a huge elephant.
Oysters
Okay.
Loxodon seeks fun-loving individual.
6 fun-loving individuals. Let's go about this in because I can tell that you all are just going to do your typical sense of separating, as you always do.
Oh yeah.
Yolandriel, what are you doing first? We're going to go in a counterclockwise form, because I be that way.
Because you be that way. I am going to go get some mail, like I said.
Okay. You quickly find out that none of Hank's brew's in here, and every single piece of brew is all the bon. None of it's from other nations, and it's honestly not as good.
90% water.
Some straight natty light.
It's like drinking
I look
Coors
at the
Light versus a real beer.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. I look at the
Yeah.
can and I see Blue Mountains.
Oh yeah. PBR.
Exactly. Yeah. After that, what kind of games are around?
Just standard typical games like ring toss around bottle tops, throwing bean sacks inside holes, shooting certain things. I mean, this really does feel like a high season type of day around where you come from.
All right, then I'm just gonna walk around for a bit watching the games, sipping on my beer.
Watching the game, sipping on your beer. As you do, go ahead and give me a perception check. Ifte.
I wish I would have went with passive. Because that is a 10.
Is a 10. On occasion, maybe 2 or 3 times, you do see that there are numerous people examining you and staring at you and watching you and what you do. No one ever approaches you, but there are many whispers around the populace of Listropka when you walk by.
When I catch someone staring at me, I'm going to deliberately do the hi thing.
They immediately stop looking and scurry about their way.
I hate this continent. I keep walking.
Aberrats, what are your plans for the night?
Where are they holding us up for the night?
You are given rooms inside the castle. Primary castle itself. All individual rooms. All free as well.
Okay, Abra is actually going to forego the festivities of this place.
Aberrat? Not partying? No.
I mean, he doesn't really party in the first place anyway. He just watches everyone else party. I know he's going to forego watching people party for this one because some of the stipulation in the speech the king gave made him think, maybe I should give these people time before I give them my level of weird. And he's gonna do some chemical testing stuff, and then reading from the book, and that general stuff in his hole.
Okay. Go ahead and
Shoving the body parts around.
Give me a general intelligence check.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Make note of that. You have identified some processes to best work out what you're trying to do. making some progress. Reading the book is helping. It's giving you better ideas of how to best duplicate yourself in a biological fashion. But for the night, you put out your hole in your room and do not find yourself disturbed. You have a whole night of studying away. As far as Jartis, what are you doing for the night?
So there's like a bunch of people playing these games and stuff, right?
Bunch of games going on, bunch of impromptu music sessions happening. It's a general party, and it's all for the celebration of the anointment of a new king.
So I'm going to walk around and see if I can find someone who's like losing pretty badly at these games, maybe.
Okay.
Seeing if I can cast some guidance from maybe like tap them on the shoulder or something.
All right,
Or
give me
shake
a...
their hand. Here's good luck to your next throw, kind of thing.
Perfect. Give me an insight check.
Spreading goodwill throughout the land.
You can
Jarvis.
use your passive in
Plus
this if you'd
9.
like, but you can also
Can't use
roll.
my passive
You
insight?
can use your passive, but you can also roll.
I'm gonna go with my passive.
Your passive, which is 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You find a few people. Through the course of the night, a few people who are really down on their luck and could use a little guidance. Go ahead and roll 3d4s.
Sorry, I had to put all my dice in very tight locations.
The good old kitty
Cats are
cats.
Cats are getting crafty. You said 3d4s?
3d4s.
Okay.
Tell me the individual results.
2, 2, and 1.
2, 2, and 1. The first two people you cast guidance on, it helps them out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They do manage to basically break even at the end of it. The last one, though, not as much luck.
He's just
Okay.
dog shit.
He's just really, really bad at what he's doing. He should not be gambling. Really shouldn't be gambling. But he still is. We managed to help a few people out and not have a miserable night, but just a fun night. One person still has a really miserable night, though.
Oh.
It's terrible. It's so sad. Yeah, you get around a bit. Prologue, for you, the people you're trying to attract and see, go ahead and roll me a percentile dice for me.
Oh boy.
I want to see what kind of people you find.
Okay, that's one, and then this guy here. I think that's a 13.
13, okay. And remind us again, you're looking for people who won't care too much to the fact that you're Loxodon.
Huh?
Okay. You find a group.
Of
They're
blind people.
larger humans.
Blind people.
Fairly, fairly big humans. They're all dressed in formal wear of some kind. You, with the experience you have, you can tell that these are military garbs. These are military casual. One of them is, he's a couple of inches shorter than you, but he's roughly the same size. And as they're going about, and he looks over towards you. You're not typical race. Come here, come here.
Prologue ambles over and says, just the sort of individuals I was looking for.
Oh, you're looking for us. Very good. I'm Captain Garreran. These are some of my men. From our understanding, we are to be more associated with other races, and it would be a pleasure for me to give you a drink and have some times with you.
Excellent, but I have another idea.
By all
For
means,
potentially an excellent time.
I'm all ears.
So are there any of those kind of stereotypical long wooden tables?
Yeah, you know what? Why not? Sure, there are.
Nice. Okay. Burlock says, okay, I'm going to need some empty mugs.
We can arrange this. Yes.
Okay. Burlock gets the mugs.
Mugs are gathered up.
Then he puts them
Beer
on
pong
one
is
end of the
introduced.
table
Oh no.
in sort of a triangular motion. And then he goes to the other end of the table and he says, now, watch this. And he takes out Duncan the Brutal's head.
Oh my gosh.
And then he will attempt to bowl it down the table and
bowling.
knock the mugs over.
Almost what I was
What the
thinking.
fuck is this
Still
going to be?
good.
What kind of check am I doing for this?
Dexterity.
That's a roll to hit.
I mean,
That's a roll to hit.
it
Or
That's a
that.
roll
It's-
to hit.
it is a ranged attack throw. By all means, Yolandrio's right on this. So it is dexterity based.
Okay.
However, Brolock, you're not going to be proficient with this, so it's just a d20 plus your dex bonus.
Okay. Ooh. It's a 10.
A 10. Okay. Right.
Ow.
We're going to do another little thing here. Okay. You take the head after setting everything up. People have begun to gather around, a little curious as to what you're arranging and doing to begin with. The captain is behind you and he's watching or sipping. You roll the head down. It's a bit lumpy, a bit bumpy, and it kind of hits a little bit of a curve and the wrong point of the nose as it spins around and diverts off. And you end up hitting over only 3 of the mugs.
You see, the point is to knock over all of the mugs. The more mugs you knock over, the more points.
Alright, I think I understand the point. Whose head is that?
That is Duncan the Brutal's.
People begin to cheer. Like, clap for you and cheer in the process, and he claps you on the back and the right shoulder. I would be very honored to play this game with Duncan the Brutal's head.
Of course, if you have your own golden head, feel free to use your own, but you are, of course, welcome to use mine.
My friend, none of us have golden crested heads. This is the only one we've ever seen.
Oh, well, you are welcome to use it. Your turn, sir.
Very good, very good. And he's going to take it and try to ball as well. The zone dex check of a natural 1. It just bounces, not even a quarter of way through. The nose hits and it just aggressively launches off towards the left-hand side. And I think I still need to get used to this. You go one more time, let us take a look.
Yes, it seems to be them. You have to watch out for the nose.
The nose has it. Apparently he had a very big one.
It's an 18.
An 18. Alright, okay, yeah.
Nice.
Very good. This time, you knock over 7 of the 10 pins, and there are only 3 left up. And a lot of people begin to join up in this game. A few other tables are brought out to put things together to make it look very similar, and actual balls are brought out to play on this one. You're the only one playing with a golden crested head, because no one else has any others. But yeah, if you want to do this for a while, a lot of people join in and start playing with you.
Prologue will play the game for the rest of the evening until it's sleep time.
Okay. Perfect. Fine Storm, what have you got for the night?
I gotta find Bjorn.
Bjorn, yes.
Bjorn. Yeah, Bjorn.
It's a process. It probably takes you about 2 hours or so. And then you eventually find him by the docks.
Oh,
This
okay.
short, grey-haired, very, very grey-haired, it's almost pure white at this point, dwarf who's balding at the top, running around looking at people going, "No, you're not supposed to be supplying that ship with something. You're supposed to be bringing it over there. No, just get it right." Seriously, sometimes people are just unresponsible during these times of transition. You're fluffy. And you're staring right at me.
I'll introduce myself. Admiral Dreadclaw.
Oh, Admiral
of the
Dreadclaw.
Shallows.
Admiral, I like the sounds of that. Bjorn Stonehammer. Pleasure to meet you.
Yes. The legends of your shipbuilding skills have even reached my ears.
Huh. Good. That's all I ever really care for my name to do. No, mind you, the smaller ones, that's my father's design, but they've only ever really actually gotten to production with me. I'm the one who figured out how to make it actually possible.
Yeah.
Bigger one though, down the line there. That's all me. Around
Yes, I
you.
hear you've got some new stuff.
Yeah, around you, in this dockyard area, there are a bunch of small ships. And by small ships, they're probably about half the size of most of the ships you've been sailing on.
Mm-hmm.
They're completely made of metal.
Mm-hmm.
They're low to the deck. They look like they're hard to hit. But on the inside, you can see ports where cannons are poking out. Essentially, what you're looking at is an ironclad.
Yeah. Ironclads.
Big one's got bigger guns, and it's
Of
bigger
course.
itself.
Of course. Most impressive.
If you're an admiral, you know what these will do. Melt any of your ships. Don't cross the Bon Navy, eh?
Unless we've come up with something new too.
Well, if you do, then you might be able to buy my services.
Well, now, how can I buy your services if you're just gonna build them for the little bond as well? Yeah, I can't do that.
Oh, you're
It's not like you would build
understands.
me iron ships, right? No, of course not.
I have exclusive contract right now. It's
Yeah.
wrong accent. Exclusive contract right now, of course, yeah. Yeah, you're right with that. But if you brought me a new design, then you'd have my exclusive contract as well.
Oh, very new design. Never seen before. In this area, at least. We'll make these things obsolete.
Really? I'm very curious.
I'm sure you would be.
This is
But I
by
don't know.
our technology, these are obsolete as well.
Ah. Well, then
Not
maybe
even- Maybe
we
we'll
know something.
cross notes here and there. Can't show you the main one though, of course. It's
What-
that mile out from here.
What would NSD cost? Or NDA?
A few thousand gold. Couple hundred platinum. Probably 1,000 platinum or so.
1,000 platinum just to talk?
Costly. I have a lot of very important clients. The king being one of them now.
Yeah. When would you have some time? Or are you available now?
I've got to get these people all sorted for the morning. They're leaving for Nutra soon. Same thing with the flighting birds. Fortunately now, definitely don't, but you've piqued my interest. I'll definitely be making time for you. I'll be in Nutra. For the Peace Summit, are you going to be?
Yes.
You look fancy and important, so... Yeah.
Yes.
Very well then perhaps there. Depending on how
Sounds
long they
good.
go, of course, and how well they go.
I shall see you there. Maybe we shall talk.
Good,
Of
good.
better days. Better ships.
I'm always interested in that. For now, though, would you like to see one of the obsolete ones I've got now?
Sure. Love to take a tour.
He takes you on a tour of one, and they're very low to the ground, but there's a lot underneath the deck.
Mm-hmm.
They have plenty of supplies and ammunitions, and you can tell that it's not a supply ship, it is entirely a warship. It is meant to sink and destroy any other kind of ship. And from your understanding, it wouldn't be able to go very fully into open sea. It needs to be in fairly shallow waters. It could go into open sea, but at slower rates. They would have to be a lot more careful.
And I want to pay real good attention, and I don't care if he notices as well. But I want to give a good look at the gun ports and the guns themselves, and do a slight hint of maybe looking at the highest arcing angle of a gun possible from their ships.
Give me an
Just
investigation check.
nonchalantly, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And doing it nonchalantly, you can use your passive if you'd like.
Okay, I'll do passive.
Passive? What's your passive investigation?
19.
19? Okay, that's pretty damn good. They have high enough of an angle that they would be able to destroy the main mast of any wooden ship. And a low enough of an angle where they would be able to make considerable holes underneath water on a main wooden ship. These are very versatile ships to destroy basically anything that the Chalice Estate has in their flotilla.
Mm-hmm.
These things could easily take on, by your estimation, at least 4, one by themselves. You also realize that the cannons are made differently. They're more refined, more expertly crafted. The metal itself is hollower, it's less pocketed with air holes. These cannons probably deliver a heavier impact than other ones. And they're also longer, and they could probably shoot for farther than the other ones as well. This ship is better equipped.
And say, I see you're upgrading their steelworks as well.
Those have been standard practice for generations now.
For where you're from, but not for them.
Fair point. That's fair. And true. Recloria also has these cannons. My father was over there before we absconded away from their terrible governances and came over to Labon. Shockingly found a bit of an acceptance over here. Turns out we're better forgers and craftsmen than any of their people are, so the king was happy to have me as his official forging expert.
But of course.
That is not even my biggest one.
Of course not. But it still has limitations.
Aye, that's why it's not my biggest one anymore. I've been able to amplify these things in much better ways. Let's just say, for an example here, if you're looking at this ship, you're lucky. But if you're looking at my other one, you're unlucky. If you hear the whistle of the other one, run. We can see you, but you won't see us.
Intriguing. Our thoughts might be aligned. Maybe.
Ooh. Well, if you ever get down to the far north, you'll be able to see other designs of mine that imply towards this one. Striking the enemy from afar is more of my specialty.
I have another idea as well, though.
So it's every day that people actually like me bragging about my designs. What's your other idea?
I take out a platinum coin and I hold it out as if I'm going to give it to him. And I say, put your hand out.
He puts his hand out, cautiously.
And I raise it up and drop it into his hand.
Alright.
Think about it.
Money buys a lot of things.
But what if that was the interaction between two ships and a cannonball?
Are you talking about the hardness of the metal?
No, I'm talking about the angle of attack.
Alright, now that is something. He genuinely just goes quiet. His eyes basically glaze over for a while. And he stands there just lifting his hand up and down.
Me and Trow on the same page.
I have ideas. I have ideas. I'm
So do
gonna
I.
like working with you. Who are you? Finestorm, you're fluffy. What are you part of? Where can I find you?
I'm currently traveling with the consequences.
No shit. Really?
Yeah.
Well, Favir has words to say about some of their members. Apparently the Luxodon's a bit of a dick.
No. Prologue's awesome. You just have to understand how to interact.
Oh, absolutely believe it. Well, Favir, she's been... Afiri, she's been troublesome ever since I found her.
But yes, we might be able to work together. Create something new for around here. Maybe you've seen it before, maybe not.
Given my daughter's history with certain places, we might be on the same wavelength in thoughts. It's just a matter of supply. Ah, you've given me plenty to work around and work with, and I've still got a job to do. Go enjoy the festivities. If you're part of the consequences, then you're absolutely included in them. Especially with Prologue being the new member of Alpha A. Although we don't know how Warren died. It's still a little concerning, by the way. People are worried about that.
It's a dangerous team.
I choose to accept that, so I'll take it. As far as it goes, though, I'll be talking to you later. I'm gonna have
See you in
designs for
Nutra.
you in Nutra. It's my goal. Designs. Immediately. Better go draw those up. After I get these fucking not sorted because they're just incompetent. Terrible people.
Don't go too far in your designs. Think of your thoughts, but I think we might be thinking of two different methodologies of accomplishing that.
I'll be open.
Okay.
Right, get off my boat.
I do my flourish of bow as the normal pirate.
Gives you a flourishing. You can tell it's a mocking bow, but you know it's a bow nonetheless.
Go back to the party, and I won't look for interactions, but just in case somebody wants to interact.
There are a few people who get your attention. No one really approaches you. I mean, you really do, for most of you, actually. Most of you would be experiencing this, except for Abrat, who is studying for the night. Despite the fact, Prologue, that you're playing this game with someone who's very welcoming, and Jartus, despite you finding people who are welcoming to it, Finestorm, Prologue, and Jartus, the three of you do find large groups of people who are very uncomfortable with your presence, who genuinely avoid walking around you. Like if you were walking on one side of the street, they would purposefully cross the street to avoid walking near you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to push it.
I wild shape into a giant scorpion. No, I'm just kidding. Is this like something that's like our safety is in question? Like, should I disguise myself?
Your insight would tell you that it's not. It's not like your safety is in question. It's more
disdain.
A disdain and a cultural thing of these people have hated other races for such a long time. It's going to take them a while to get used to having other races around. And you being a satyr, there's a direct correlation to Recloria that they've been at war with for literally hundreds of years.
No one's gonna jump me.
Nothing like jumping you, but still something you would realize and notice. But the rest of the night does go accordingly. You're all recognized and seen around the town. Night does eventually fall and festivities end. In the morning, each of you are woken up by knocking on the doors by individual representatives to make you aware that in an hour's time, departure will happen for Nutra. You have 10 days to the Peace Summit. Not 10 days, 9 days now to the Peace Summit. What's that?
Prologue will make sure that the party is awake and not, kidnapped somewhere. And then once he is assured of that, he will head to the nests, where I assume he knows where that is.
You would have a guide to get to the nests.
Perfect.
Topmost areas.
You find me in Eula's room.
Yep. That counts.
That's what I eventually did. I eventually left the party.
Yep, your Laundriel's room is empty.
Prologue, when he discovers this, will take out his axe and say to the guide, "Where is your real?"
I'm terribly sorry, I don't know. This is his room. This is where he's supposed to be. If he's I can look into to see and finding out where he is and have him report as soon as possible, but this is where I understand he should be.
You're coming with me. Prologue will grab this individual by his back of his scruff area and march down the hallways looking for any other individual to question.
You find a few, all of which basically give you the same answer. A couple of guards who are, we do not know where he is. He is somewhere around here. Andrea, you'll wake up and hear a little bit of a scuffle going on the outside of the door. A groan of someone going, it's 5 more minutes. And eventually someone outside going, Andrea, he is inside, not to be disturbed, busy.
That sounds like a lie.
Okay.
Prologue will kick the door open.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I've already put my armor on because I've stood up hearing the commotion.
The commotion.
Thump.
Prologue kicking the door open, right? Okay.
Assuming it's made of wood. It's made out of something else. He's not going to kick it open.
It's made of wood. It's made of wood. You can definitely kick this one open. Does a 26 hit your AC?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Make a con saving throw for me.
Okay. That's 21.
21? Okay, you do pass. Which means you take half. Okay. Not bad. That's 9 half to 4. You take 4 points of bludgeoning of poison damage.
Poison?
And, yeah, 4 points of poison.
Okay.
Along with 4 points of bludgeoning. These are both already halved, considering resistance isn't saved. As 3 needles suddenly appear inside your chest. At first, you don't feel the sting and the pain from it. But then, for a moment, the muscles around your left pectoral suddenly just seize and lock up. And you find it very difficult to move your left arm. As Eula is now, with bed covers covering up areas, holding this apparatus at the door and having just launched 3 needles at you. Oh, Prologue! Shit, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean... knock! It's called knocking! Don't intrude!
Yolandriel was missing for unknown reasons.
Well,
I
they're
feared
known
for his
now.
safety. Yolandriel,
Yeah.
are you well?
Yeah.
Well, very good.
How are
then.
you doing, Prologue?
I slept great. On the way to the nests now.
Yeah. All of us are going to the same place, my man. So,
Very good. I'll see you there.
yes.
And Prologue will then say to the guide he's still holding, to the nests, please.
Currently lifted
gonna
off
look
their
at-
feet, the guide now pointed in the direction of Prologue. I'm so glad I didn't get hit by those needles. To your left.
Prologue
look at
goes
you,
to the
Lou.
nests.
After he leaves and shuts the door, and I'm going to say, this has been my life for a while. Anyway,
Well,
I'll get us some coffee and get dressed. And then
coffee.
I'm going to pack my shit.
Definitely needed.
And then we meet them.
Head towards the
Yep.
nests. For Abra and Jartis and Fine Storm. Anything you've all been woken up by Prologue to head towards the nests.
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Do my morning stretches.
morning stretches. Nothing up from the other two. You were all brought up towards the outskirts of the top of the mountain, where when the doors are open, the tip of this has been carved out on the inside to house various forms and sorts of nests. There are a few flying creatures around, which flap their wings vigorously with the trainers in front of them. And before you is the rest of Alpha A, along with the king and a series of other guards who look like they're also equipping themselves to mount up onto these birds and fly. When you come through, Eula, who's traveling with the rest of you all, joins the rest of Alpha A, and King looks at you all. Are you all ready? Do you know how to fly?
The Satyr boys do. I say, and as I turn, I go,
Satyr boys.
I clapped
I
as
think
in
that's
like,
what he means, Yolandriel.
You're an honorary satyr, Aberrant. I accept you.
did I say Satyr boys? I meant
did.
boys.
You did.
The Druid boys.
You just leans over very quietly and is like,
I'm gonna cast resistance.
Yeah, that was-
Abra will
That's the blow.
lean lightly over to Jardis and say, "Oh, it's not the satyr part that I find offensive. It's the fact that he thinks I'd be willing to fly for him again."
Oh no.
No, for Prologue. You can take Prologue.
Yeah. I mean,
I assume we are the larger beastie.
if you would like, you may join me inside one of the Ukmala. It will be a tight fit for most of the journey. But it can house all of us together.
Very
We'll,
good.
we'll take the Druid boys. I think that'll be easier, right, Druid boys? I say, turning around and specifically looking at Aberrat.
9 days.
Nobody needs an insight check to see that Abrat is glaring profusely at your Landrill.
I'll take a
give
ride.
me a
good
little
thing I
piece.
I'll
got
just start
polymorph.
heading towards one of the birds. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Towards
Prologue's
one of
getting
the
in.
birds. Okay.
Oh, you guys aren't any fun.
this is where we see
Yeah.
Aberrat just
Big
becoming
bird.
a hawk and then just leaving us all down.
Eula just tugs at your hand, Yolanda, like, come on, you can join me on mine.
Caw-caw!
The rest of you, Abrat and Jartis, you don't have to transform into birds to fly on this. You'll be guided with Prologue. Finestorm, if you would like your own bird, you are given your own bird. It will involve a couple of animal handling checks to see how well you do.
No. I want a taxi.
You want a
Taxi,
taxi?
please.
Okay. You are placed with Constance on her bird
Okay.
because she's light enough, and the two of you can easily be put on a single. What are they called? What do they call them? Teletharis. On a single Teletharis, which basically looks like a Pteranodon. But they're big enough to house two people. The Ukmala, for all of you, this is a damn big bird. Yolandriel, your experience, you know what, Yolandriel, Finestorm, and Prologue, actually, the three of you would know of a creature called a roc. A very large flying bird, which is, in times, according to legend, even larger than dragons. The Ukmala greatly rivals that. It is a very large bird.
Is this the same guy we flew from Drunmar?
No,
Oh, different.
no, this one's bigger. Much
okay.
bigger. The Talatharis, that's the one you used on that, or you saw on that. They're much smaller, and much closer to Pteranodon size. These ones are closer to Quetzal, if not bigger. There is a small house built on the back of this creature and saddled up into it.
wasn't that big. People confuse wingspan for
Bigger.
It's
bigger. It's bigger.
Yeah.
That's why I said bigger.
It was the biggest.
Context. Frame of reference. Quetzal is a good frame of reference, but bigger. Much, much bigger. Once you get into this area, you can see that all of the fastenings of things inside are genuinely fastened down, including like any kind of water jugs or wine bottles. They have fastenings around to keep them in place. And as the bird starts to move, you understand very much why. If you are prone to seasickness, you would be getting it right now. This is worse than seasickness. It moves around a whole lot. You basically always need 3 points of reference to not fall over. But the flight does begin. Each of you on your own birds. For Prologue, Jartis, and Aberrat, you are in the Ukmala with the king. Yolondri, you are flying with Eula, Fine Storm with Constance. The two of you are towards the closer to the front of the area. It is going to be a 7-day journey to Nutra. You all take flight and begin this path as we take a break. We're going to take a break as they head off and go places. We will come back to them all at the beginning of this possibly devastating, terrifying, awful situation, but ultimately maybe good in 10 or so minutes here. So we'll be right back, people.
Bye.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold. And breathe all over it. I need a dex saving throw.
It'll be like a family outing. We'll be giving mom and dad
Shane, it'll be fun.
And then I need people to remember me after I die.
I will always remember you after you die. But I hope you don't die.
Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay.
I like getting into things.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next. We have more for later. This is for the innkeeper. He needs to get turned too.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing?
No,
Straightforward.
Straightforward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left. Yeah.
Now
right
straightforward. Right in that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go! Good Christ. What was that? 15 minutes?
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael Howe Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael Howe Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael Howe Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
Oh, no. This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh Love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
Larry's like,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this
it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her.
Oh my god.
And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Nightbane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello! Welcome back. We just took a short little 10-minute break in emission time. Thank you so much, Kaz, for the wonderful raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome to Tales of Andrea. They just went through a bit of a negotiation and conversation with the king, and are now finding themselves in a, for once, good situation. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. But welcome, raiders. Thank you for being here. Drop a like if you like. Follow us. We have other TTRPGs that go on through the week. And really should be actually doing some recaps on our campaigns and where they're at some point here. So that newcomers have an understanding to what's going on. Because a lot's happened inside the Tales of Andrea. For now, though, we're joining our group again. With them jumping on a Nukmala. And a couple of, what are they called again? Talatharis? I name these creatures and I regret naming them what I do. And heading towards Nutra. It is a 7-day journey. What do you all have for those 7 days? Look at that brownie. That's a beautiful brownie.
There you go. Tangerine.
But you have 7 days. 7 days of traveling to Nutra. Unless you all have anything else planned.
Did you get on a RP that 7-day travel, or?
Does it go
Prologue
smoothly is a good question.
Now, Prologue's going to be, feasting on whatever the king's feasting on, and then practicing Luxul.
Feasting and practicing the Luxul. Sounds like a good plan.
I'm gonna do yoga all those days, just so we're clear. That's 50 hours now. Whenever you want to give me that skill boost.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
God damn it.
Anyone else got any things that they want to happen during the 7 days?
Learn to fly.
You can get the training going.
Just reading the book.
Yeah, I mean, I got, have Constance teach me as much as they can.
Cool. there is... Alright, so Underflyer, like Constance, teaching yoga, reading the book. Let's go in a clockwise formation. Finestorm, go ahead and during the 7 days, give me 3 animal handling checks.
What is animal? Oh, wow. I have actually a number there. That's impressive.
You do?
It's
Wow.
It's wisdom based.
And monks, they're good with their wisdom. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see here. First one's going to be a natural 1.
Oh, gross.
Cats aren't great at flying, so that's going to be a 6 total. But anyway. And then we got a 6, so that's an 11 total. Getting over that. And then we got a natural 20. What a progression. What a progression.
It just starts gliding through the air.
Well, for the progression. Thanks, nice Tangerine. We love you.
Look at you go.
During the 7 days, the first chance... Oh, man, it's bad. It's bad. Every time you try to get on, the bird either bucks you off or goes up about 50 feet and drops you. Which, with your mug bullshit, is not too much of a problem. But it's very clear that learning to master these beasts is not just learning how to ride them, but it's also connecting with the creature itself, making sure that they are welcome to you being on them. And through the course of the process, it's a little...
Claws. All right, no claws. Okay, don't put the claws out.
Yeah, no claws, essentially. But Constance, you can tell that she's still suffering from the loss of her husband, Wyron, and the death of that itself. So the distraction of teaching you how to ride one of these is very welcome and something she appreciates. So the course of the 7 days, you do actually start to get some practice training in on how to ride them. You can go ahead and mark down that I'm going to give you 18 hours. 18 hours of proficiency training in animal handling as a whole.
Okay.
And it does cater in also towards your riding aspects of riding animal handling. So there are certain hours, but for that, I'm going to keep to myself for now.
Okay. Put that on my notes.
We're gaining some more proficiencies. Prologue, yourself, you do enjoy many fine meals and many fine dinings with the king. After the first night of expressing you wanting to join, he does invite you days after that. You would be part of the conversation to what their plan is, what they want to do. You learn and would meet another general who's traveling with them. Where is his name? There you are. General Delagar, who is very similarly dressed, but you recognize a signature difference between the armor set that Dagoran wears and the one that Delagar wears. And through this course you would learn the cultural relevance of armor sets in Lebon. Each one and each general has their own armorist, their own blacksmith, the one that they go to for their pride and joy in the work that their family goes to. Delagar has one based out of the city towards the north called Le Hall, who is a well-praised blacksmith and known for his hardy metal and his hardy work. Not so much for his quietness, but does good work and definitely is probably a semi-rival to Bjorn, who is the blacksmith of King Tagoran. I almost said King Lebon, but he's dead now. Of King Tagoran. His armor is all made by Bjorn, who you would now understand is a very, very much a highly respected blacksmith, even though he's a dwarf in amongst a human community and human nation. If there are any bits you would like to ask the king, you've got plenty of time to do that.
I will offer to teach the Luxul to the king whilst I am practicing.
Give me a persuasion check.
Boy. Uh, 11.
11? He very respectfully declines.
Okay. Then Prologue will dance by himself.
You dance by yourself, get some of the attention of the other guards wandering around and keeping the general party safe as a whole. But for the 7 days you dance by yourself. No one else joins in. Jartis, anything special from yourself? You are muted.
I appreciate you patiently waiting for my mouth to stop moving. You're like, he's on a roll. Let's just let him finish. I'm just gonna switch some spells around.
Okay.
Things kind of ready, moving around. So
am I along the way.
Yeah.
It's kind of focus
still
up.
a lot of days in between there.
Definitely quite a few days. Plenty of time to look through your spell book and plan accordingly. I mean, you know what you have up ahead of you, so if you have any questions to spells and their effectiveness, let me know. Because you have a lot of time to focus on them and to properly plan.
Well, I now know that kings are kings.
Not average humans. Yeah,
I don't
they're
know,
kings.
It's like they are elevated in status or something. I don't know.
Massively elevated. It's like they've gone through years of training.
You know? I was also looking at things called Anointed Kings. Those are pretty crazy intense to kill.
Yeah.
It looks
Oh,
like.
yeah.
I was like, whew.
Now imagine what
I think
King
our boy's
Tagoran
not an
looks like.
anointed king. I mean, we did take one with 4 arms. That was...
You did.
That was pretty
You did.
impressive.
There's,
Yeah, that guy would not have been a Gaius target at
No.
all.
no. He might
Like,
have failed the check, though, actually. His wisdom was decently high. His charisma was the worst. Yeah, King Lee had a charisma save of 2.
Oh, man.
The rest of them were pretty high.
That would have been fun. That would have been fun.
Abrat, anything from yourself in the 7 days, or are you just studying and trying to make work?
Well, I think I would mostly leave the whole alone for now. I'm just going to mostly read the book, but also keeping like just watching them, seeing how they.
What was that?
You're breaking up massively.
Yeah, your internet is spiking really, really hard right now.
It just basically
Little,
crashed.
Very, very crunchy scream in there.
It was just
I was like, ah!
There was a big hiccup in the internet, and most of what you just said got completely cut out and spiked.
Well, I guess the final point of what I was saying was, other than reading the book, I'd be watching people and just watching them. Like, for the sake of getting to know what they're like.
Okay, so for the book-wise, you read the book. I mean, you can read the book, and you get through processes of it. For the watching people, give me 3 insight checks.
The first one is 11.
I don't think I'm watching this.
The second one is 14.
Okay.
And the final one is 21.
Okay. Very, semi-similar to Finestorm's process. I mean, you do witness to be honest, a complete utter failure. Finestorm on the first couple of days and connecting with the animals.
Idiot.
There's another thing you also notice in those first few days. Your Londriel never turns. And you, with the keen mind feat, would know that the first 2 days of travel are full moon days. He doesn't turn once during any of those times. You would see that Eula has to focus a little bit and keep her beast at bay. But your Londriel never has to go through that.
On the full moon day, I will try and connect to it. You know what I mean?
We'll get around to you. We'll get around to you.
I know.
Yeah.
Just a quick whisper.
Yeah. The rest of the time, you do get a general sense of the culture of the people around you. About 50% of the guard crew are very cautious about the consequences. The others are very welcome to the consequences. It appears that they are fairly torn between welcoming other races at this point. The idea is open, but some of them have a little difficulty with the change itself. The king is doing his best to welcome and bring all of you in. Folia and the rest of her crew have no issues with being around anyone. On several occasions they engage in light conversation between each of the members of the consequences. Eula and Yolandril are spending a lot of time together. That's about what you'd get for the few days.
Wait.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Yolandril.
Yes. Well, like I said, the yoga and the spell books. Also, we're gonna keep trying to fucking figure out this connection thing. Try and get me, the celestial, and this bestial form to work together. God damn it!
Okay,
it's gonna take all three of us.
From the previous things that you've done, you would know that as you are not fully connected with the celestial being and with your bestial form just yet, trying to connect them both together is going to be very, very difficult. Your best bet would be to connect with each of them individually and then try to connect them together.
That is what I would do.
So which one would you like to connect with first?
Let's just do celestial. That'll be easier.
So for your celestial, there's a sense of it being harder right now than with your beast. And the bestial side of it being the fact that Eula is with you right now. You have an extra helping hand in trying to understand the bestial side of things. For the celestial side of things, it's you by yourself. So the DC for the celestial side might be a little lower than the bestial, but you have advantage on the bestial.
I'm still going to do celestial first.
Celestial? Okay, go for it. Give me a wisdom. In this case, let's make it a wisdom
save or
throw.
check.
Save.
Save.
Let's make it a save.
Much better. 18.
18. Go ahead and Yolandril, give me a Sirenscape plug while I bring up some stuff.
Sirenscape, folks. Even though my Sirenscape continues to disconnect to our game profile, it is a very good system for you to use for your tabletop RPGs. I highly recommend it, and I believe I can speak for everyone here at the Albarian that it is the one to choose. And now I'm just stalling for time. Any second now, he's going to be done.
Skyrenscape. Listen to the lush
Skyrenscape.
Of
Skyrenscape.
Still feel free.
Skyrimscape.
During the sessions, after the sessions, sometimes I forget to turn it off, and you just hear those lush sounds when you don't expect it, and it's scary.
It's terrifying.
There you go, Skyrim escape.
Great.
Effective.
With an 18, the course of the 7 days, you begin to connect a little bit more familiarly with the being. You would, at this point, now understand that to fully know and to fully be with whoever this is, you will need the rest of his pieces. So acquiring the braces, the greaves, and the amulet, once you've done that, connecting with them will be fully possible. But for now, one of the nights, you open your eyes to this very similar dreamscape of blackness around. It seems a little lighter than it has been in the past. Clear reflection of yourself on the ground and the seemingly liquid surface that has no moisture. And before you, you see what you have gathered. The breastplate, the halberd, the belt, the crown, which wasn't a helmet, but is now effectively a tiara on your head.
The circlet. It's
The
manly,
circlet.
damn it. No.
It's manly, damn it. Standing before you. What you hear is, he is angered. You have
Why exactly?
slowed your progress.
Yeah, the world's kind of falling apart around me out there, so a little bit more pressing matters than getting all the pieces of armor.
The matters of the world do not matter to him, Andrea. It's what he wants that matters the most. The only thing that's buying you time is that he has time.
And what should I do about it?
We've never been in this situation before. You've never had this many pieces gathered on yourself. You've never been cursed with an affliction beyond his control. As much as you put him in the situation of he doesn't know what will happen, you put me in the same. The more we diverge from the typical path, the less I will know.
I think that's kind of the plan.
Then whenever you
If
have
you
the
don't know,
chance,
he won't know.
this is true.
Fuck, I don't even know.
Then find yourself a way to know. Meet the other gods.
How does one go about doing that?
You've already met a few.
Care to elaborate?
In the form they stand now, they are not at their full potential. They are trapped in mortal bodies, roaming around you. Ali Baba is one. And you have met two others.
Names, I say, and I pull out a piece of paper and a quill pen.
To know the names cause a risk. From what you have gathered so far, your mind knows that Alibaba is one. The others, your mind does not. To bring this knowledge would be to bring risk. Are you willing to accept that risk?
What do you mean risk? Like he knows that I know?
Yes. And that your mind is not prepared for what it will learn. A mortal body is fickle. Only so much can be actually known for the balance of its sanity.
Okay, then don't tell me until I have to know.
What I can tell you is that you already know them. 2. And that soon you will meet the others. For now, I encourage you to continue on the path you're on, because I do not know it. And if I don't, he doesn't.
Okay. Then that's the plan.
When you have the time, gather more pieces. The more we have, the more we will remember. And the more you will handle.
You kind of broke up a little bit.
Last bit was the more you will handle.
Alright, I'll find the time. Riveting, as always, bud. Well, I think I have a good feeling about this time around, you know?
I look forward to being whole once again. With that, you wake up to actually being shaken awake. Inside your tent with Eula, to a different person, grabbing hold of your shoulder and shaking you a bit. When you open your eyes and take a look, you notice it's Folia, the dead of night.
Yeah, I say. And then I look around the tent.
Come on. It's my watch and you're joining me. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, responding to chat.
Okay, I get up.
She brings you out and, without any words, guides you to join her, walking around the perimeter of the camp you have. You're in the middle of a mountainous area, about halfway through your journey at this point. It's an open field around, a couple of trees, not very many, but you're surrounded by mountains. Through one corridor you can see and lightly hear the course of the river flowing. There's occasional squawks and noises from the flying birds that you've all mounted and used. About 15 minutes into your walking around the camp. So where are you from originally?
Agrafem. It's another realm.
I'm not even going to try to pretend I know what that means.
Okay, so you know how this planet is a sphere, right? It's that's why there's other continents that you don't know about because the seas haven't been traveled fully.
I thought it was flat. I'm kidding.
Oh.
Okay. Our astronomers figured out many years ago that it's a sphere. We don't know the other continents, but...
Thank God. Because back in Daggerfim, there's a group of assholes that are trying to say that that it's flat again. It's a situation in
Just
Daggerfam.
because this realm is a sphere doesn't mean Daggerfam's not.
See,
joking again.
It's arguments like that.
Okay,
that got that whole thing started over there. It's stuff like that. Some people from where I come from are too dumb to parse out the logic of that. So
they exist here too. Trust me, they exist here too. If I had my way, I would assassinate them all.
That's a little extreme. You gotta let idiots be idiots. Sooner or later, they'll kill themselves.
Really? Have you heard? Okay, off chance here. You've been here long enough. Have you heard of the Church of Pi?
No, but I know a guy there. Knew a guy there.
Okay, the Church of Pi. All right. And this really is relevant to what you just said. They follow a high prophet named Pi, who came about many years ago, speaking the name of some goddess that they followed. They got a whole community to start worshiping them and start following them. After a while, Recloria kind of said, you know what, no, we can't have this with you, and sent an army. They destroyed that army, which only furthered their whole religion because their high prophet Pi sacrificed himself in freeing their people and allowing the religion to survive. They won the war. They won that fight. So Quayla let them be. Not Quayla. Sorry, that's your place. So Recloria let them be. They just let them thrive in the city of Pi, acknowledging that they exist, but also having a quasi-peace with them. It's a little dangerous to let situations like that rise and to let them just sit. The mentality is dangerous, Yolandro.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but I don't know. Clearly, their god was on their side if they won. So
the question is, who's their god? It's not Pi. He's just a frog with a fox body. Weird creature.
Listen, Daggerfam had way worse problems than Flat Earthers. It was... Okay, so what's the most... All right, here's a question. What's the most corrupt place here on this continent?
Ooh. That's actually a really complicated question. Because depending on who you ask, it's different answers. But you're asking me, so I'm going to give you my answer. Drunok.
Now, in Drunok, do they have certain sections, let's say, of the city that are controlled by specific gangs?
Oh.
I'm just going to assume.
I'm not going to say gangs, but equivalency of, yes. Have you ever seen...
The entirety of Daggerfam is that. The continent.
Whoa.
Yes. Specific areas are controlled by different clans and stuff like that. Sometimes they trade with each other, sometimes they go at war, but it's a macro gang war that has become continental politics.
So you came from hell, and you came here.
Oh, I mean, it has its bright sides, don't get me wrong.
Well,
I lived in a pretty neutral city, but there was a lot of killing in the arena. There's a lot of most of the sports are really bloody, and there's a lot of social issues and anxieties. It's not great. I'm not going to say it's great, but it wasn't hell.
Would you go back?
Yeah. I mean, my folks are there. That'd be about the only reason.
So, once you're done here, once you're done with being the chosen of Eshnar, everything you have to do with that, what are you going to do? Where are you going to go?
Well, Eula, chances are the ending of me
I'm
being
not
the
Eula.
chosen one.
I'm Folia.
Oh, I thought you said this was Eula
No, this
earlier.
is Folia.
Oh,
This is Folia.
that I'm going to say. That was the original plan, but I have the distinct feeling that the end of this accursed cycle is going to be the end of me, probably. Which is what it is.
So you think you're gonna die?
I mean, there's a pretty good chance. I mean, either way. Because if I fail, I die, and then I'm reborn. And I have the distinct feeling that if I succeed, I die, and then I'm not reborn. Which is the better of the two, let me tell you.
So either way, you think you're gonna die.
There's a pretty good chance of it. I have to fight I guess you'd say a god. At least in the context of this place. He wasn't at one point. He is now, I guess.
Then what the fuck are you doing with Yulia?
Living my life.
Let me make something painfully clear for you, Elandriel. She reaches up her hand and brushes off a little piece of dust on part of your armor. If you hurt Eula in any way, I will hunt you down in any of your lives and kill you myself. I will make the rest of your existence impossible to break whatever cycle it is you're trying to break. And I'll make sure that my descendants do the same. So you make sure that you, taps your breastplate, have your priorities straight here. If you're going to do anything with Eula, you're going to damn well make sure you survive. Because you dying at the end of it, it's going to break her heart. And I will not stand that.
Of all the warnings I've heard, that is by far the most pants-shittingly impressive.
Good. I have a 100% success rate on all my missions. I haven't failed a single one. I won't fail this one.
Good to know. Kind of sucks that out of the how many times? 17 plus times, have a 0% success rate so far. So things are looking bright.
Then I guess you better get it right this time.
Trying my best. It's complicated. What I know, he knows. So, keeping most of the plan out of my knowledge is the best course of action, but that means going into this without a plan. So I'll need help later.
Yeah.
Not just from my group.
Prologue's an official part of my team. I'm not going to give him any orders. When you need that help later, we'll respond. We'll be there.
Okay.
I just needed to make sure you understood where we sat.
Crystal clear.
Good. You can return to your tent. I can see the rest of the watch myself. And by your tent, for now, I mean you less.
Okay, I say, and then I'm going to turn and then steps of night, like, up into the tree line and then away. It looks like I'm stepping upstairs.
I don't know what she sees in him. She walks away.
Woof, I say, as I sit back down near the tent, and then I go back inside. Go to sleep.
Lila stirs a little bit when you enter back in. Turns around. Where'd you go?
Just got a quick ass chewing. No big deal. Go back to sleep.
Alright, give me a deception check.
Well, that's what it was. Pretty much, you know. Oh, man, what's my deception? I always forget. 1 second. I'm pretty sure it's doo-doo. That's gonna be 15.
15? Okay. Gives you a bit of a quizzical look at first and easily settles into the conclusion.
Right. I am going to take my armor off, go to sleep. I'm going to look at it for a second. And I'm going to get an idea in my head that I will discuss with the DM at some point in time later. Anyway, we will do the werewolf thing when you come back around to me.
Perfect.
Werewolves of London.
Let's get ourselves back to a soundscape that's going to be appropriate for the place you're coming up to. Actually...
See if soundscape works, folks. Come on. There we go. 3rd time's the charm.
Let's pull this up, actually, for our description of what you will see, because you are flying by air and would see this. Let's go with this soundscape, shall we? You all, when you're about 2 days out from Nutra, traveling via these birds, there is a moment where you all have a chance to take a glimpse, take a look towards the river, and see something none of you have ever seen before. This massive metal ship floating on the water with a very, very long barreled cannon on top of it. It easily eclipses all of the ships you've all ever traveled on. The warships, they're maybe half the size of this thing. For those of you who have any idea of what blacksmithing takes, how they got solid pieces of metal this size baffles you, surprises you to no end. You do not understand how this thing was created, but you cannot help but acknowledge that it exists. Essentially, what you are looking at is a massive battleship made of pure metal with a single cannon on top. Fine Storm, you would be able to piece together that this is the thing that Bjorn was talking about. And that with a cannon size of that size on top, it could easily rain hell on top of whatever enemies without them seeing where it's at.
Yeah.
And deal massive amounts of damage.
That'll do as a temporary flagship.
It is also very clear at this point that this is why they are not allowing any other ships to travel down the canal. There are no ships around it, and it is taking up most of the canal. For the rest of your journey, it does go uninterrupted. very easily. And eventually you get to a point where you do see the city of Nutra. There are a couple of ships at its docks. And there is a landing zone for your birds to land. And it is busy. Very, very busy. Around the outskirts of Nutra and the open plain fields, you can see many, many encampments. Large armies encamped on the outskirts by the Reclorian side and the Laban side, waiting for whatever's going to happen and whatever's going to be concluded. Being ready in response for any possibility of conflict. You also see several other flying beings. Some that you, Yolandriel, and Prologue would know are not native to Andrea. Flitber are currently occupying in several squadrons around the top of Nutra itself. Many holding this very similar large bows by their feet, with enormous quivers on their back, as they keep guard and secure the aerial zones of Nutra. You were eventually brought in and escorted by a couple of these Flitber into a landing zone, which has been prepared for your entire group. In the area, you are met by someone familiar to you all. Let's pop this up now. Gear it down a bit. Get rid of that. There we go. A certain individual on a 8-legged beast, heavily clad in armor, comes trotting up to your group and the rest of the Laban dignitaries. Prologue and Yolandriel, you would both recognize this to be Captain Dars, the head of the security group of Nutra. You would also remember him to be another excommunicated member of the Laban army. He comes up on his beast, still sitting on it, not dismounting. Greetings for the independent city of Nutra. It is a pleasure to have you here. And it is good to see the consequences among our numbers again. We have rooms prepared for you and your dignitaries. For the consequences, we don't necessarily have anything. Are they part of your group, King? Yes. Very well. We will make space for them. Make some room for their being here. The other dignitaries have all arrived. So if you don't mind making haste to your area and waiting till the morrow, till you are all called for the summit itself, we would like to try to keep whatever problems there might be with everyone coming here to our city minimal. So for now, we ask that you stay confined. Bless you. Gesundheit.
Lord.
Wow. That happened.
I saw some brains. I saw some of your frontal lobe come out.
Yeah, it was very violent and scary.
I want to push that back in.
But for you, the consequences, you're free to roam. You're an independent mercenary group. Doesn't matter what warrants are out for your arrest, Prologue. We won't see to any of it. You're free here, as long as you're within our city.
Many thanks, Captain.
Good. I've seen to my job. There are many other things I need to see to. So,
Where
King,
are the representatives of the Shallows being housed? I'd like to meet with them.
oh, very good. They are being housed inside. Well, I can get a guide to take you there directly. Giving you directions might be a little difficult.
Very good.
Want someone to go with you?
If you feel like it, it's not necessary. But
Well,
sure.
I was gonna see if anybody wanted to go. I was just I'm not going with you.
Would there be any incentive for Jardis to see anybody at the Shallows right now?
Not necessarily. You don't
Last
necessarily
I-
know who
We're, like,
from the Shallows is
neutral,
here.
right?
Semi, yeah.
Because there's people who hate me and people who are okay.
For the most part, for you, Jartis, most everyone likes you.
Okay.
There's
Especially with a little bit of
maybe one
barbecue and some coleslaw.
Gotta make sure not to cook him too long. He'll get dry.
Prologue will say to Finestorm, when you are done there, I'll be looking for trees. Prologue says this very blandly, as if he is just like looking around for, leafy plants.
Very good.
Okay.
I would say persuasion check, but there's really no need, because looking for trees, let's just face it, you're looking for trees, which is weird. So Captain Das looks at you, a little confused, and whatever suits your fancy.
Thing.
Well, I will choose to believe that. Right, if there's anything else for anyone else, you, Yolondriel.
Yo.
Pulls out a small parcel for you, hands it over. There is someone here who wants to see you, apparently. They told me as soon as I see Yolondriel arrive, hand it to them. It's the exact same letter you got from Brimlin previously. The exact same correspondence and handwriting. You've already received this letter once. However, you now know that he sent it to multiple locations to get to you.
Okay. You sent me that in a message, correct?
I did. I think I did. If not, I will send it to you again.
I think you did, because I remember this.
At the very least, I said I would.
Yes. It was before the Easter episode, right?
Yeah, it was before the Easter episode.
While that is happening, Prologue will turn to the not Finestorm part of the group and say, feel free to do as you see best. I believe Aberrat and I will do a little looking around.
All right. I'll go figure this out.
And then Prologue will turn to Aberrat and say, do you have a sense?
Do I sense a tree in Nutra?
Give me a wisdom check.
It is a tree.
22.
22. You do. It feels different. With the 22, you get the sense that it feels like the one you encountered in Lone Mar Mountain. You know it's there. But you also know it's dead.
And just a reminder, Lone Mar Mountain was where Lady Galani was, right?
Yes.
That one had a gem.
That one did have a gem.
Can I tell which direction it is?
Underground.
Yeah, I can sense a tree. It seems similar to to when we encountered one in Lone Mar. That mountain. It's underground.
Interesting. At this point, are there people standing around still?
There are many people around.
Oh,
basically, no one's moved because they've all been paying attention to what you've all been saying.
In that case, Prologue will start walking in any direction towards the city. I guess middle of the city.
Okay. At which point the king starts declaring some orders towards other people, and he starts moving his own place. And Eula leans up on tippy toes, gives Eulandriel a kiss on the cheek, and goes, "I'll see you later." And goes off with the king and Folia and the rest of Alpha A. And they all leave.
Would you say that guy's name was again? I think I have the notes.
Captain Dars?
Captain Dars. No. Unless this is... Okay, that was a different note of some sort. The translation of the book?
Yes.
Was that the letter?
The letter is a translation
so
of the book.
I did get that information.
Perfect.
Okay. I got the name of the person who translated it, not the person sending the message. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Then I'm gonna go. Where are they? Did you hear me? Are they here?
No.
No, they're not in Nutra right now. This is just an in general note.
It's just an in general note. It's the exact same word for word letter you got previously of Brimlin telling you, like, he's translated part of the documents and he has information he needs to give you.
Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go sit down in a seat and send a message to him.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just going to be like, "Hey, it's Eulandriel. Got a little busy. What was the information you needed to share?"
Okay. It's a brief moment, again, because most of these people are not used to this form of transportation, or forms of communication.
Yes, I'm bringing them
transportation.
here
It's
right
transportation of information, so, but... Oh, shit. Hi.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll say that after, sorry.
Yeah, the book's really interesting. There's a lot about it. Look, most of it's better in person. He's not a god, but he is a god.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little... 25 words.
At the end of that message, I messaged back, and I'm like, "Okay, so here's how the message spell works. You only have about 25 words to explain anything to me. I can also... What's the range on my mind link? It's not that far,
It's
is it?
30 feet. It's very,
30
very,
feet.
very limited.
That's what I thought. I'm going to continue that message. You can only reply once to the message spell. And then that will be my message back to him. Or my second message, I should say.
Oh. Shit. Separated realm. Gods at war. You're one. Not one. Eshnar's one. Not one. There are others. Complicated story. History in book.
Okay.
Get
I'm
here,
gonna.
maybe, please.
And where is he at? Would I know?
Far not.
Far not. Thought so. Okay. Yes, I remember because that was part of the. Okay, got it. That was part of the notes. Okay, one last message. In Nutra now. Have business to take care of. We'll get there as soon as possible.
Don't pity you. If it comes up, Collective withdrew because of Lithrom. Too risky to meet all at once. Common enemy, big problem.
I'm just gonna say out loud, because that's the last message I'm gonna send him. Yeah, we had a feeling. And then I'm going to get up and try and catch up with the gang. If I must fly above, I will fly above in order to find them.
As Prologue walked away from the platform, he looked back and said, Jartis, are you joining?
Yeah. I'm a going.
As they were walking, I assume Aberrat walked with Prologue as he started working. Prologue will say to Aberrat in hushed tones, perhaps there is a sewer system. That could be a starting point. Perhaps you or Jartis could talk to the dirt and ask.
The dirt won't have too much to say, but perhaps there is some plant life around we can ask.
Yes.
I have commune with nature prep. Oh no. That'll help.
That's a good question. Let's find out.
Did you catch up and actually say that to Prologue?
Yes.
Does it allow you to talk to dirt?
That is precisely what it allows me to do.
Excellent. Perhaps ask the dirt how to best get to the underground tree.
This is our limitation. We have a choice of up to 3 facts of our choice. They can relate to the terrain or bodies of water, prevalent plant, minerals, animals, or peoples, which I assume minerals falls into dirt. Powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead, influence from other planes of existence or buildings. For example, you could determine the location of powerful undead in the area, the location of major sources of safe drinking water, and the location of nearby towns. That
ask it where the tree underground is.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much on the money there. So, how close are we? Should probably get a little closer. It's limited to 300 feet.
You can all easily get into the center of town or get basically wherever you want in town to be able to cast that spell.
Prologue heads to the center of the town. Or this feat.
It is an 11-minute ritual, just so we know.
Okay.
Prologue will be on the lookout for pickpockets whilst this ritual is happening.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. We get knowledge of the land within 3 miles?
Yeah, it's within 3 miles.
Wait, in natural underground... If we were underground, like starting underground, I guess it's 300 feet. Is the tree underground?
It's still...
Completely underground?
It'll be 3 miles no matter where you are.
Okay.
Yeah. Aberrat sensed that the tree is underground. Ask the dirt how to get there.
It's if you're underground, it's limited to 300 feet.
This is in the outdoors, which is where we're at, right?
In caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is limited to 300 feet. Outdoor settings, you have 3 miles.
Okay. So, we're in the center of town.
In the center of town? Are you ritual casting this?
The huda, trying to get things moving.
Nature dance around the center square.
It's a little.
Prologue will. No, he's gonna stay on the lookout for pickpockets. Never mind.
Burning a branch or two.
One might say.
Pockets. Are any of the other 3 doing anything in particular while this ritual is going off?
Do I catch up with them?
You do catch up with them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you catch up with them quickly enough.
Mindstorm is the pickpocket we need but don't deserve.
He's also not here.
I'm also going to keep an eye out on people, but also watch Jartus's ritual.
Okay. Your Londrel's catching up and find Storm's heading off to the Shallow's estate, where they all are, to meet up with Vin. Let's actually hop over to Vin while you all start doing this ritual. Find Storm, you are provided a guide who brings you to where the Shallow's estate are, easily enough. They're close-ish to the center of town. They have a fairly large building dedicated towards their dignitaries and their established people coming in. When entering, you would quickly understand that there are a few people from there. There's Admiral Lars, Admiral Ladi, Admiral Bill, and Admiral Kuruthel present for the negotiations. Lars being the leader. They're the 4 present.
Like I said, now there's 5.
Well.
I know,
asterisks. Massive asterisks. But
they don't treat me like that.
They treat you with respect, but the lower people definitely don't treat you as an admiral yet. Like, you're not given any salutes or greetings whenever you come up, but you are allowed access to the building.
Okay.
Poser.
Ask for directions to Lars and the rest.
Told to go up the stairs. Well, when you enter through the door, there's the rest of them kind of sitting around the room, a few taking sips from drinks. There's Bill, who's currently cleaning his equipment, cleaning the gun that he's got, and the other 3 who are discussing something until you come in. Admiral Lars looks up. Ah, fine Storm. Hey, you guys finally made it over here.
Yes. Mighty fine ship it is out there in port, isn't it?
Huh?
That big ship with the big gun out there?
So, the big ship with the big guns a few miles out.
They didn't see it on the way in?
You cannot see it in Neutra itself.
Oh.
And they did not get into an area where they could see it.
Oh. Sorry, I flew over it, so I saw their big ship with the big gun.
Big ship, so the metal one?
Yeah, the big metal. I mean, I also took a tour of the shipyards where they're building all the smaller metal ones and talked to the construction guy.
All right, so confirmation. Yeah. They exist.
Oh, definitely. Lots of them.
All right, so threat assessment.
But
how bad?
The big one? It could probably sink your ships in only a couple of shots without even being seen on the horizon.
Bad. What about the little ones?
The little ones will sink you, and you probably won't be able to hit them because they present such a small target. But they do have a problem of probably being in the open seas.
Okay.
Those will probably stick to the shallow waters.
Still leaves the big one as a big threat.
But the big one is a huge threat. It's only a couple miles in the direction of the port and the bay and down the river. You might want to send a few people to look it over as best they can.
Well,
I don't think I can get an invitation to tour it, so.
You're pretty high up in the roster. With you flying in with the new king and all. Which, by the way, how did the old king die?
Natural causes was what I've been told.
I'm not going to ask for a deception or a persuasion check, mainly because of who you're talking to. He simply...
was what I was told.
The test determined that was a lie.
It would be a persuasion check because it's what you're told and what you're told to tell them. It could lie, I mean, it could go between the two. However, because of the person you're talking to, he just smiles and goes, "Great, that's all I need to know." Natural causes.
We can talk about it, not in here, but maybe back home.
That sounds like a great idea. We'll leave that conversation here for now. Girthel, how do you feel about "Don't You Even Dare"? All right then. Bill, I'll get my people on it. We'll go scouting up the coast and take a check. It'll probably take a couple of days to figure out, but if you don't need me, I'll go with him. We should be fine without you. I'll see to it now. Hey, Fine Storm.
Hi.
Keep an eye on them, right? And he leaves out quickly. Kurthel, the crystal dragonborn, standing around. You would tell, Fine Storm, he looks... At first it kind of seems a little flustered, but there's this slight little grin about his mouth and about his face that... Obviously there's something irritating going on, but he's enjoying it. As far as Lottie goes, she hasn't moved away from the mirror the whole time, and she definitely looks annoyed at something.
So, what can you bring me up to speed on?
Got here a couple of days ago, about the same time as a few other dignitaries. King Aquela's a piece of work. He's a moody guy. His son's tolerable, I like him. The prince is nice. His admiral's okay. Doesn't like the aspect that we're pirates. It's understandable, though. Drunok? That's a problem. But mind you, I actually had the thought that it might be a problem when we got here. Kurthel looks at him. You were asking for it when you asked me to come here. To a degree, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong there. I thought it might be a good chance to bridge the gap between your people, but I underestimated highly how much the magistrate hates your kind. Kurthal looks at you, Finestorm. You're familiar with how uncomfortable Reclorian races are with humans, how much they hate them.
Yeah.
Drunok has the same effect with my kind. We may be scaled ones as well, but we are different to them. We have gems on our skin instead of just normal scales, and as a result, they think we are inferior to them. and enslave my race.
Ah.
We, rebelled successfully a few years back, and now they're dealing with our kind as an actual governance, having to split the island. So seeing me here, it's a bit of an insult to the Junok governance. But it does give the Shallows a good positive with everyone else. I like it. It's fun to see the magistrate suffer.
Sounds good.
Watch him suffer, but doesn't bode well in the future.
Something we shall take care of that in the future.
Exactly. Yeah, future has problems to take care of. For now, though, how you all doing? What was
in front of
your...
us today and worry about the ones on the horizons tomorrow.
Especially with the Peace Summit starting in next day or so. I agree with that mentality. Any news on your side of things?
Prologue has officially joined Alpha Team.
They were full last I checked.
I guess they had a mission that didn't go so well as well. And
Great.
lost one.
He pulls out a piece of paper from the stack again, rips it in half. That takes care of this problem. Although, if the king of Quayla doesn't accept the fact that Brolock's part of a different governance and is exempt from that, I can pitch on my side that you are part of the Shallows estate, and Brolock being part of your group means that he's also exempt. So you've got options.
Yes. In the way I don't understand exactly what's going on. I don't know Quelo or what they bring to the table here, but it seems to me that they have to cross water to get here, and that means they deal with us first.
That's what I thought.
Not the case.
There's a rumor going around.
Oh.
That as soon as they got here, they started putting in place things to travel more easily. I don't know what it entails or how it works, but... And I'm not sure if this is something that we can believe. It could just be a rumor. It could be lies that the Reclorian government's telling people to try to get them to deter towards a peaceful treaty. There's a lot of things going in play. Rumors we can't trust, but that is a rumor prevalent to what you're saying.
We'll have to see then. I'll have to see if I can find anything out.
If you can.
Anything particular you need me to do for you?
Keep out of trouble.
Me or the group? Because I can't speak for the group.
Oh, just you. Given the fact that we don't have to account for the group. Because the Bond's taken that responsibility themselves. Thank you, new king. Just
I've
you.
been trying to spread good cheer for the estates as I go.
Good. I look forward to hearing about those good cheers as they come along. That's it.
Sure.
Then do what
Captain
you do.
of the Hydra will have a good report too.
Oh. I look forward to that.
Okay, just wanted to touch base, report in, see what needed to be done. I'll go back to the group and we'll play this by ear. And of course tell you about the ships.
As much as you can. If what you all said and told us is correct, then...
I'll give them a count of what I saw. By
Count?
whole type. Since I was watching them.
Perfect.
And I have a great perception.
You got a pretty good count, a pretty good idea of the people who were on top of the deck of that ship, which you accounted for roughly around 56 or so. On the top of the ship. For the rest of it, before you leave at the end, Lars does say, if we are to be attacked, the place we could use you the most is on keeping watch. You're faster than most people I've met. If you spot anything, or if anything gets to your ears, let us know. All of the leaders of this entire continent are going to be in one place, save for the collective, because they've not come to this.
Yes, it makes a prime target, doesn't it?
It reeks of a replication of Lethram.
Mm-hmm.
We were lucky to make it out of that. We need to be prepared for this one.
Well, since you didn't come here by ships, what's your exit strategy? Run?
That's all we've got.
Okay. Oh, I also tell him about the Iron Fortress blocking the river entrance.
Ah. In which case, he definitely nods a couple of times. We really only can run. North or south, too. We can't go east or west. Armies are blocking our ways both those directions. Preferably north. It's not looking good for us. If things hit the fan, which hopefully they don't.
Plan on it.
They begin to plan on shit hitting the fan. For the rest of you, you are in the center of town. Jartis, you begin ritual casting, you commune with nature. During that 10 minutes, while the other three are kind of keeping an eye and walking around, Prologue and Yolandriel, you do see King Shago walking with Prince Nero and another large tan-skinned being who also has 4 arms walking behind them. There is a brief glance from Shago to you, Prologue, with a glare, a mark of minor bit of disdain. And he stops in his strut for a moment, looks towards Nero, and Nero looks at him, lifts his hand in a bit of a stopping motion, and begins walking your direction. After which, King Shago continues to walk away, with the large being behind him following him. Nero approaches you, Prologue. Not entirely sure if you're aware of everything that's going on. However, just to let you know, my father has issued a warrant for your arrest, and you're very brazenly walking around here. So my best assumption is you've got something that blocks you, or you don't know about this warrant.
I am aware.
Okay, great. Perfect. What's blocking it?
Nutra is neutral city. They will not follow through on that warrant. But additionally, I am officially a part of Lavan's Alpha A team.
I will be sure to notify my father of that. I was able to deter him from commanding Pog there to arrest you on spot here by the fact that we are in Nutra, so you're rescued by that. But part of the Alpha A team that complicates things on my end, but it's fine. It's
If
good.
it is helpful, I was specifically chosen by the new king of Laban.
Very helpful. Very, very helpful. Just so you know, Prologue, destroying a contract with the king is very, very, very not good. It is a royal contract. The only person who can nullify those contracts is the king. So the way you did it does merit for your arrest. However, given the fact that you are now part of a different governance and have established yourself as a mercenary group beforehand, I can sell to my father the fact that you are no longer part of Quaylen governance and you are part of this land's governance. It does, however, mean I will likely have to issue you a official decree of banishment at the end of all this.
Oh, wow.
That would be
Unwise.
rude, but do what you must. I believe you now know who I left Shago.
Yes, of which I have not told my father about. He has no idea that we have found my sister, or that I've had a conversation with her in the last 24 hours. And he does not know that his brother is still alive, of which I will likely try to keep it secret for now. Because that's a touchy subject. And with how things are going right now, it's a touchy situation altogether. The news
He
that
seems like a touchy individual.
he's very, very wise on many, many things, except for situations that involve Huglopid, of which you have recently killed a Huglopid, if I am to understand correctly.
Did I?
Well, last I understood, the king of Laban was a Huglopid, and now they have a new king.
Yes.
And with circumstances crowned, you're the only person that makes sense to me as to who's taking care of that.
I have hunted huglopids in the past.
Hence
It
why
is
I'm drawn to
true.
you.
Well, I am honored you would think of me.
And your dodging of the subject tells me that this is something that needs to be kept quiet, of which I will honor. Good job.
I do try my best.
Anyway, you've given me everything I need to tell my father as to what's happening from here forth. Are you invited to the meetings themselves? Or have you just been asked here to make face, so to speak?
I believe the latter is likely, but the king did ask me to say some words in the meetings, so that is likely to happen.
Leave that as a surprise. The less I know about as to what that is, the better I can negotiate on the Quaylen side. Complicated circumstances, which I have handled many, many times now, so it'll be fine. At the end of the day, you may get banished from Quayla for a while, but I'm confident I can get that rescinded after a decade or so.
A decade is not so long.
Little price to pay for the safety of our world.
I should warn you, I was my mother's favorite son.
I'll be sure to send a messenger to inform your mother. And I'll be there myself.
Wise. Beatrice Log is very exceptional, but I get my rage from her.
There'll be an expendable messenger. Or one that I equip with a way of getting out as quickly as possible and running fastly. I wonder if Eula's available for hiring. Well, he looks like he's up to something. I'll leave you to that.
Thank you.
Bid you adieu. I'll see you, Prologue, in the courts, and for the rest of you, I'll see you around. He awkwardly backs up about 10 or so feet while still watching what Jartis is doing. Now I understand. And he turns and leaves. Jartis, your spell will go off.
Dun, 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 dun,
What
dun,
would you like to know?
Alright, we can get 3 facts.
You can get 3 facts here. Start off with the first one.
So, first one, where are any underground trees?
Underground trees. You, from your knowledge,
like regular trees, but
basically get a immediate response of 50 feet below you.
Oh. Like directly below?
Directly below you. Directly below the center of town is a tree, about 50 feet or so. And you would become aware of
Am I aware of its
tunneling
sign?
systems. You were aware of tunneling systems along with that request that would lead to this tree. You would also become very aware at this point that it is, as it is a tree, it is recently dead.
Oh.
Recently.
Okay.
It's been dead for about 3 weeks.
Oh.
3 weeks.
Hold on. I wonder if...
Do you relay this information to us?
Yeah.
No, this is just for me.
Yeah, fuck the rest of you.
Yeah. Figure this out on your own. Yes, so it doesn't break concentration to communicate, right?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You can communicate all this while it's getting felt.
Okay.
You just can't.
So I'm letting them know right below us, 50 feet, tree. Tunnels are connecting to it, so it seems like there's some recent activity, or activity in general. And recently dead about 3 weeks.
That is not good news. You asked the dirt where the entrance to the tunnel.
Okay. So that is my question. I will ask, where is the entrance?
Okay. So for number 2, your attention is brought to a few streets down where there is a house. You're not aware of the state or anything in the house, but you do know that there is an opening, and this is the closest opening to you in that house area, in that general location. You will be able to find your way towards a direct path leading towards this tree underground. And you would be able to navigate and move your way towards that location, so you know where it is. You know where an entrance is.
Alright, so I communicate all that.
Excellent.
There is, in fact, an entrance and is nearby.
Great work, Jartis. Lead the way.
One more question I feel like we should use because we have time to prepare the spell.
Perhaps do it of your own interest.
Where the dryads be? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. What are we trying to? Because we just wanted to find the tree, right?
I'm gonna turn towards.
I'm gonna see if there's anything nearby. Okay, so there's powerful celestials. I'm gonna ask if there's any influence from another plane of existence going on.
Okay.
There's some kind of influence on the tree, maybe.
that random. Give me your Landriel. What is your?
I'm
what is
raising my hand.
point? Yeah, you're
in the
raising
middle
your
of this
hand.
group.
Yeah, Andrew.
Aberrant. Okay. Could you possibly, if the tree is dead and we got a hold of a non-corrupted heart, cleanse this tree and bring it back?
Is that a possibility?
I feel like my question ties into. Is
So you're
it
talking
dead or-
about cleansing the tree. So the feeling that Jardis got from the first question would communicate to you all that it's already had its heart removed and something else removed in the recent past, recent history. Something has come through and cleaned this tree out and killed it.
No.
So the
No, I
answer would be no. You would know it's no.
I think this tree is. We can mark this tree off as dealt with without wasting much more time. Then.
Okay.
It may be best to inspect, as although Lady Galani is a likely suspect, it may be useful to know who also is hunting the trees.
It's been 3 weeks. Did we find any evidence?
It is underground, likely undisturbed.
Okay. Well, we do have a direct path, so.
Lead the way, please, Jardis.
For your final question, though, before you do still have your final question.
Yes. I was gonna ask if there's any like spooky influences.
Spoopy?
Spoopy? You're talking about like option number 3, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead in the area?
I'm thinking 3 rather than 4. Yeah.
3. So, all right. Here's where shit gets complicated.
Oh no. That's not fair.
I'm going to go down the line here.
Yeah.
Celestials. As far as Celestials.
Oh no.
Yolandriel, how far away from Jartis are you?
Pretty close. I imagine we're all kind of in a circle.
About 10 feet away? Okay.
Yeah.
There are 2 Celestials about 10 feet away from you, Jartis. There's another Celestial somewhere else inside the town. I would say about 500 feet. There is also 2 more Celestials. One of them being of Fae origin. At some point in time. Like there's a Faeness about them. And they are 2 streets down from where you're at. They are both overpowering. As soon as you get the feeling, you start extending your presence on the celestial sense. You immediately recognize Yolandriel has a sense of celestial being about him and is amplified by what he's wearing. You extend it out and you feel a familiar presence of Emlar. Emlar is also celestial in being. He's got a familiar celestial being about him. The other 2 that you feel, though, brand new to you. And they are so powerful you forget about Yolandriel and Emlar. Completely forget about them. Fiends, elementals, and undead. Fiends and elementals, no. Undead? There's a weird sense of undead about you. There is one sense of undead being present in the town, and you can't lock it down. For a second, it's there. For a second, it's gone. And then it's there, and then it's gone. And then it's there, and then it's gone. Towards the end of the feeling, and towards the end of your spell as a whole, you get the sense that it's moving closer to you, but you still cannot get a full feeling of this undead being. And then your spell ends.
That was overwhelming.
And then
about 5 minutes later, Firestorm shows up.
And then
Jardis poops his pants in the middle of the town square.
Jardis, if you are finished, the tunnel
Jardis's
entrance,
eyes
please.
are probably wide right now.
Prologue assumes his eyes are always that.
There it is.
You seen a ghost?
No
Jardis?
sense of concern for the satyr here.
Nope, never. Cannon fodder.
Brought it up.
Satyrs have officially replaced gnomes in my group as cannon fodder. I'm kidding. I love satyrs. Gnomes are still cannon fodder.
Pretty squishy, that's for sure.
A squish.
Jardis.
Jardis? Yo.
To the tunnel entrance, please.
Sure. I could become Sneaky Snake, get there super fast.
Snickety snack.
That is unnecessary.
You're no fun.
You're no fun.
I believe the entire city of Sherwallow disagree.
Oh, well, what about when we get to the tunnel? Sneaky Snake? Giant worm? Something. Fun.
Sure.
You ever ridden a giant worm before?
I have not.
A worm odyssey, perhaps?
Hello.
Hello there.
To the tunnel entrance, Jardis.
For the sake of brevity, you all do make your way to the tunnel entrance. The building it's inhabited. Loosely. It's a warehouse storage.
Loosely.
Of which people are currently not using, and you do find your way in easy enough. And because of your spell, 5th level spell, Jartis, you do have a direct idea of where it's at and find the entrance fairly quickly.
Nice.
As soon as you begin going through, the evidence does become apparent quickly. It is evident and obvious that Lady Galani has been through here recently. There are dog tracks around.
Ooh.
Slain creatures that none of you can identify thoroughly. It's been cleaned out this time. Nothing of value has been left behind. And at the end of it, you do find a very similar blood-red leafed black tree, which has red sap coming from it in many locations. The stone in the middle, violently ripped out. Many of the blood leaves are now on the ground, having fallen from the tree itself. It's clear to you all, this tree is dead. It has been harvested already.
Nice.
Prologue will turn to Aberrat and say, by your understanding of what has happened here, should Lady Galani's demise become a priority for the consequences?
I suspect that she will be at odds with our primary employer. Seems like she's collecting the hearts of which we need to collect for our primary employer.
Mm-hmm.
In the span of my overall need to handle and fix/deal with this problem on these trees, I don't foresee what she is doing as being a hindrance, simply as removing the option of saving the tree, which I would rather do.
So not a priority.
Not unless our primary employer decides to make her a priority.
Yes. Very good. Well,
I
one
believe
less
it will be an issue later, though. Guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's no way we're getting through this without her becoming an issue.
That would be my preference.
Growing amassing power is nothing but a good thing.
Prologue just gives Jardis one of these looks.
What are these stinkers?
What are these?
What is the possibility she has also picked up maybe some of the soul fragments?
What did Finestorm did Finestorm catch up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Finestorm,
okay.
Finestorm caught up to you all before you left.
Okay, cool.
You missed a coincidence there? TARDIS sensing the undead and Finestorm approaching? I guess we'll leave it alone then.
That is unknown now.
But I mean, since we've learned that some of Marcus's soul chunks are in different places, maybe she has collected a few of those as well, which we definitely need.
Aberrat, any difference between the trees that you are aware of? The ones with the soul fragments and those without?
They're not as dead as this one is, that's for sure. I foresee any that has one of the stones that we've been collecting also has a soul fragment, which, from what I understand, is the vast majority, if not all, of these trees. Which means it is undoubtedly going to be the case that we will have to get those soul fragments back from Lady Galani.
And anyone else who's ever found one of the trees and survived.
Or the fact that we gave one away.
Yeah, but got a nice new piece of armor from it.
One thing about Lady Galani is worrisome. Those teleporting dogs makes it difficult to hold her down if she wishes to escape. Any suggestions on how that might be averted? Very well.
Hell yeah,
Think
brother.
on that.
Talking to me or Aberrant?
I'm talking to the consequences as a whole.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking to someone specifically. That's why I was
silence after Prologue mentions that question as everyone just kind of looks at each other.
As
How
a
to
note,
counter the teleporting dogs.
As a note, Abrat did start, like, his thinking face turned on when he said that. I think there might be some spells. I don't know any yet, but perhaps by the time we do have to deal with her, we will have found a way to bind her teleportation.
Yes. We'll keep it in mind until that point. Well, that was a surprisingly tree encounter. Feasting now, I suppose, yeah?
Oh, come on. Do you don't want to figure out a way to get one of us killed first?
Would it be you?
Probably.
We could figure something out, I'm sure.
As we're all in a tunnel alone with no witnesses.
Is there a ledge?
Did Jardis say anything about the people, the strange beings that are in the town, or that picture itself? I didn't see that. The Celestials and...
I don't know if I did, because I was in shock.
Okay, it didn't sound like
Did
you
you?
did, so...
I mean, that's up to you, Jardis.
I would like to have communicated that.
Then you did. That's what I communicate to you is entirely up to you to communicate to the rest of the group. I don't have any control over that.
Well, there is extra time. Perhaps Jartis's insights of these unique individuals can be inspected.
Maybe they're party gods.
Doubt it.
There seems to be a lot of them.
Is there a way to track them?
I can remember where they last were when I saw them, right?
Mm-hmm.
The game is afoot.
I can check there.
Off to it.
It's not too late to ride a worm. But I'll ride the giant worm back up to the sea.
Prologue says if it gets us to that location faster, so be it.
Oh, yeah.
It won't. Just a heads up, it won't. It's going to be the same diff either way.
Listen to me, Prologue, not the omniscient voice from above. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe another time for the worm.
Everyone go along with?
Deep.
Okay.
Yep.
You all head back
I
up.
don't know what you did this, so.
Get into the warehouse building, pull yourself out and around. The sun is beginning to set. You can feel the nervous tension amongst the people. And as you walk around the streets, you can see the segregation between them all. The Shallows Estate people sticking among themselves, Reclorians among themselves, Lebon among themselves. The whole ambassadorial building that you pass by on your way to go visit these celestial beings has been segregated and blocked off for about 50 feet by neutral guards. And you can see the leaders of all the estates begin to march through and enter into the building as you pass on by. You enter into an alleyway. There's hardly anyone around anymore. So as you turn a corner, it's very easy for you to see and for you to witness a very large cart with a name.
Carson. I'm sorry.
Carson's Windorium Emporium. Sitting with smiles and people watching this fantastical display of this strange green lady. Prologue and Yolandril, you don't see his horse. His horse is not in the front of his cart anymore, which is the only other place you've ever seen them. Instead, what you see is that bright, but still cloaked, like brightly colored, but still very dim in brightness, if that makes any sense, of the cloaked figure and masked individual of Carson.
Prologue immediately goes into a sprint
and starts running
towards Carson, and will give Carson a big bear hug, and says,
While you
Carson!
are sprinting, I'm going to finish the description of what you're seeing. This green lady with very long and vine-like hair is dancing around, spreading flowers, little sparkles in places, and just capturing the utmost attention of each single person standing. You, Prologue, run up, surprise many people. They jump back with a little bit of a rushed sense as you pick up Carson and squeeze him. Your strength, despite how strong you are, doesn't quite get to a point of squishing like you're used to on most flesh-like beings. But you, knowing who Carson, what they truly look like, understand why. There's a brief moment of surprise. Everyone looks. This green individual turns around with a shock on her face. As the porcelain mask on Carson's face goes from a smile to an even bigger smile.
Prologue. It's been a while, my friend.
Yes,
Pleasure to see you again.
I'm pleased you made it out of the city. I have recently confirmed that you had done so.
Well, that is very good. I was not able to confirm if you did or not. So I am pleased by your sudden interruption of my friend's performance.
Yes, very pleased. You may remember the consequences here. Yolandriel, and wait, you may not have met any of the others.
No, I have not.
This is Finestorm, an excellent individual. An Aberrat is a sort of fungus person. And Jartis, he is very fresh off the farm.
The mask
This is gonna go
does
bad.
not leave Finestorm the whole time.
So I'm
You
rolling up a
interrupt
new character now.
The other two. You introduce the other two.
Fuck.
But when you introduce Finestorm, it doesn't shift. It stays on them.
Henry, if you don't mind, see to our guests. I have a conversation I need to have with our friends here. Please, if you don't mind, follow me.
Oh, my pleasure, person.
He turns, gestures towards the door in the back of his cart, and it just opens up. Jartis, Aberrat, and Finestorm, you see inside a room bigger than the cart. And as you are ushered in, it is lavish, extravagant, beautiful in so many ways. Bookshelves that go up about 30 so feet with books older than you've ever seen, ever. Many of them just floating in and out and beginning to open in places. There are doors all over the place. There are at least 4 doors on each side of these walls of this room. Each one, you can tell, leads to a whole new location. And as soon as he gets in, as soon as you all get in,
Rolling this.
a general conversation begins to erupt. He begins to ask you all, how is your day? How is your lives? How are things going? Asking inquiries for you to bring him up to speed to what you've all been doing. And he tells you what he's been doing. Ever since Lithrom, he's been just traveling, going from here and there, from a location to another. During which, Finestorm, there is a voice that creeps into your head.
It's not every day I encounter a follower of the knowing. He's not entirely on my side, you see. And I don't agree with many of the things he does. However, I have been informed to your existence. The choosing of a new champion is not common among us. And he has never chosen one. I understand you have a question for me. Would you care to ask it?
But we will shift over to Yolandriel for the conversation that's going on in his head as well during this time.
Do you know who I am yet?
I'll look around. No. I say in my head.
Then let me refresh your memory.
Oh no.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
I put my die away because I thought it was. I didn't think
You're
I would
almost.
need
You were almost.
one more.
You almost made it.
I was. A wisdom save, you said?
Wisdom save, yeah.
That'll be a 28 with a nat 20 on the die.
28. Holy shit! Nat 20 on the die.
That was a fresh D20 right out of the box.
You don't take any damage, but you're gonna have a hell of a migraine after this.
You broke up. What'd you just say?
You won't take damage, but you're gonna have a hell of a migraine.
Ouch.
You begin to see many situations and circumstances of a cloaked individual who's traveled with you in the past. In other previous lives, you never get a glimpse of their face. They always have this solid wooden mask over their face. As the years progress, the mask changes, it evolves, and begins to have other pieces added to it. Eyes, nose, mouths, chin. And then it changes in one lifespan to a porcelain mask. And the cloak evolves to a multicolored, dim-lit cloak, and a mask that changes according to the expressions and feelings of the one wearing it. And the name changes too. Sarkon the Great changes to Carson and his Emporium. And the final image you are visited with is the violent visceration of a powerful being by a crystal dragon.
The crystal dragon.
Of which you would immediately know is the same as Carson and his Emporium. It's at this point in your Londriel you realize you are speaking with an ancient crystal dragon in his human form. And it's there we're going to leave it for the week.
Ouch.
The divine flowering of a being in terror.
Yeah, there were two of them too. This is one.
All right. Well, this will turn out great, guys.
This is going to be great.
Yes, it's going to be awesome.
As
Good thing you're friends with them, bro.
Sarkon these nuts.
Sarkon these nuts.
Sarkon these nuts, yeah.
Tight.
There might be a reason
Carson.
why he changed his name, you know, from Sarkon to Carson. But that's where we're going to leave it for the week, where with them all in the presence of essentially a god right now. Someone who's been around for many generations. Longer than your Londriel remembers. Londriel, he's been around since longer than you've ever been alive. Through
this
all
will be
your
great.
lives. So, join us next week to figure out what happens with that. And it's a damn good thing Prologue's their friend. Until then, we will see you all on Tuesday at 6:30 for Into the Nightmare. Don't forget, this Thursday is the Dwarven Caverns of Gamul, DM'd by Michael Howe. Joining us for that is D&D Comic, Drow Now, myself, and April Anonymous. Go give them all checks and give them shouts. On that occasion, we are going to have some special links and everything that you can follow if you want to find them more easily. If not, pay attention to our socials, where those links are going to be posted. And with that, we love you all greatly. Do please try to be not as consequential as these consequences.
We're going to raid?
We're going to raid, probably.
Stick around for the raid if you want.
Stick around for the raid. Stick around for the raid. We'll type it out in chat to what who's going to be. For now, though, love you all. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.